Warrior Lore. Chapter 509. Next was Zhou Pengkuan, the elder of the Beheading Path Peak. He looked at a 20-year-old young man. This young man's martial spirit was a three-headed divine spirit, which was also a very rare martial spirit. "What's your name?" asked Zhou Pengkuan. "Disciple Yang Jian. Are you willing to join the Beheading Path Peak?" "Disciple is willing." Next, each peak began to choose their disciples. Lin Feng discovered that Sikong Mo's spirit was also astonishing. It was a weak water spirit. It was a terrifying spirit that could condense weak water. Weak water was extremely poisonous. Once someone was enveloped by the weak water spirit, they would be poisoned. Sikong Mo was chosen by the Five Elements Peak. Yu Zige, who had a grudge against Tian Zhongdao, had a rain spirit. When he used his rain spirit, rain poured down. Each drop of rain was a sword. He was chosen by the Fog Capital Peak. The Shui brothers, Shui Shuidao and Shui Shuijia, were chosen by the Four Extremes Peak and the Sun Peak, respectively. When it was the Godly Soul Peak's turn, their elder was a beautiful woman. Her name was Wen Hongyun. When she passed by Lin Feng, she was slightly surprised. "What spirit do you have?" Wen Hongyun looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart jumped. It seemed that when Hongyun wanted to choose him, the Godly Soul Peak was probably a peak that had a deep understanding of souls. If he wanted to break through to the yin-yang layer in the future, his soul would need to transform. Joining the Godly Soul Peak was a good choice. Lin Feng said, "Disciple's spirit is a devouring spirit." "Oh, a devouring spirit? That's a very rare spirit. What can it do?" "It can devour all kinds of energy. It can also release a kind of confinement," said Lin Feng. "That spirit is very interesting." When Hongyun smiled, and then a look of contemplation appeared on her face. Obviously, she was hesitating. "How old are you?" asked Wen Hongyun suddenly. "Disciple is 20 years old," replied Lin Feng. "So it's like that. He hasn't broken through to the Martial King realm at the age of 20. When Hongyun sighed, she passed by Lin Feng and picked a disciple who possessed the ancient, heavenly serpent martial spirit. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless and could only continue to wait. He discovered something strange. After the first round of selection, the elder of the Heaven-Mending Peak did not make a selection. So the rumors are true. The Heaven-Repairing Peak can only accept the leftover disciples from other peaks. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The Heaven-Mending Peak, which used to be the most powerful peak in the past, was now in such a desolate state. People couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard were all very helpless as the 9 peaks were selected one after another. Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the martial general realm, so he was directly ignored by these mountains. Tian Zhongdao's martial spirit was a saber martial spirit. A saber martial spirit was just a saber martial spirit, and it was a kitchen knife martial spirit. This martial spirit was too strange, and it was not a powerful martial spirit, so it was naturally ignored. As for the old drunkard, the elders didn't even have the heart to look at the old drunkard. Who would choose an old man who looked like half of his body was about to be buried in the ground? In the end, the 9 peaks finished selecting the disciples they were satisfied with. There were still more than 30 people left. Most of these disciples were at the martial general realm, and there were a few martial king realm cultivators who were not selected because they were a bit older. They were already in their 30s and were regarded as ordinary by the elders. "Let's go." The elders of the peaks waved their hands and quickly left with the selected disciples. Only Lin Feng and more than 30 disciples who were not selected were left in the square. There was also the Outer Sect Palace's Grand Elder Zhang Quan and the Heaven-Repairing Peak's Elder Qiao Yunqiu. Elder Qiao Yunqiu looked to be about 50 years old. Her talent was not particularly shocking, and she was able to cultivate to the yin-yang realm purely through hard work. She looked amiably at Lin Feng and the others and said, "The path of cultivation is very long and very difficult. As long as everyone works hard, you will definitely have a good future. Now, follow me back to the Heaven-Repairing Peak." Elder Qiao Yunqiu seemed to be quite a good person, and her words somewhat diluted Lin Feng's gloomy mood. Since the other peaks did not choose him, there was no harm in joining the Heaven-Repairing Peak. After all, he was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Elder Qiao Yunqiu bid farewell to Grand Elder Zhang Quan. then brought Lin Feng and the others back to the heaven-repairing peak. As expected, the heaven-repairing peak did not have many disciples. On such a large peak, there were a few dilapidated palaces, and there were very few disciples. Compared to the thousands or even tens of thousands of disciples on the other peaks, the heaven-repairing peak, which only had a few hundred disciples, was very shabby. Elder Qiao Yunqiu brought everyone to a large hall and said, "Now that you are all disciples of the heaven-repairing peak, I need to tell you about some of the Blue Cloud sect's rules. Tomorrow, you new disciples can go to the outer sect disciple peak to receive your first reward. After that, on the first day of each month and the 15th day of the month, you can also receive your reward. The reward is 500 low-grade spirit stones, 30 medium-grade spirit stones, and some fasting talismans." "Yes," Lin Feng and the others hurriedly replied. Xiao Yunqiu nodded and said, "Our Blue Cloud sect is a large sect, and we have very strict requirements for our disciples' cultivation. Every 3 months, there will be a small competition between the disciples of the 12 peaks. If the results are good, there will be many rewards. Every 3 years, there will be a large competition, and every time, the rewards will be very generous. You are all new disciples of the sect, so this time, the small competition in 3 months will be replaced by a small competition between new disciples. At that time, the disciples of the 12 peaks will compete against each other. I hope that you will be able to cultivate well during this period of time, and during the examination in 3 months, you will be able to fight for our heaven-repairing peak. We will definitely cultivate diligently. We won't dare to slack off," Lin Feng and the others hurriedly said. "You can go, but wait outside for a moment. Someone will quickly arrange your accommodations," Xiao Yunqiu said. Lin Feng and the others bowed to Xiao Yunqiu and left. Xiao Yunqiu sighed slightly. This year was the same as before, and the heaven-repairing peak only had a few remaining disciples. When she thought of the glory of the heaven-repairing peak in the past and its current decline, Xiao Yunqiu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The competition between the 12 peaks in 3 months? It's obvious that our heaven-repairing peak will be last. Sigh, how did I become a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak? After leaving, some people complained in low voices. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The heaven-repairing peak was the weakest of the 12 peaks. It had lost its powerful inheritance and had fallen into desolation. Nobody wanted to become a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak. Very quickly, a senior disciple arrived and brought Lin Feng and the others to a courtyard, where they were arranged to stay. The next day, everyone gathered and went to the outer disciple hall to receive the sect's benefits. However, they discovered that there were only 10 people left. Lin Feng asked suspiciously, "Where are the others?" A skinny new disciple said, "They ran away last night. The others didn't look too good." Lin Feng said, "Let's go and report this to Elder Qiao Yunqiu." Another disciple said, "There's no need to report this. Every time the heaven-repairing peak recruits disciples, many of them run away. Those who don't run away are those who don't have any connections to the outside world and want to continue cultivating in the heaven-repairing peak. This has been going on for many years. The once glorious heaven-repairing peak has actually declined to this extent." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He calmed himself down and went with the others to the outer disciple hall to receive the sect's benefits. Chapter 510. Apart from Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and the old drunkard, the other 7 were a skinny cultivator called Fan Shen, a tall, honest-looking cultivator called Zhang Kunlun, and a 16 or 17-year-old youth called Yu Ziyong. The fourth was of average build and had a pale complexion, and was called Lu Jinyu. The fifth was a fatso, and was called Li Qixuan. The remaining 2 were female cultivators. They were not very pretty, but they were not ugly either. They were the kind of women that no one would pay attention to if they were thrown into a crowd. One was called Song Chuxia, and the other was called Qi Nanrong. Everyone introduced themselves to each other on the way here. In the future, they would all be fellow disciples, and they would share honor and disgrace. Naturally, they would help and support each other. Right? Why haven't we seen the Peak Lord since we've joined Heaven Mending Peak? Lin Feng asked. Li Qixuan whispered, "I heard that the Peak Lord was injured and has been in seclusion." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard people talk about this before. It was said that the peak lord of Heaven-Mending Peak, Jibutian, had been severely injured. The higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect planned to remove Heaven-Mending Peak after Jibutian passed away. Lin Feng had thought that it was just a rumor, but now it seemed like it was true. He sighed. If Heaven-Mending Peak was removed, then the disciples of Heaven-Mending Peak might be chased out of the Blue Cloud sect. But since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Before long, everyone arrived at the outer sect peak. It was already packed with people. There were new disciples and old disciples. There was a sea of people who had come to receive the benefits of being an outer sect disciple. The Blue Cloud sect had a total of 300,000 disciples, and outer sect disciples made up 90% of them. Good. So many people. Tian Zhongdao sighed. Hey, isn't this Tian Stutterer? At that moment, a voice that imitated Tian Zhongdao's stuttering was heard. A dozen or so people walked over. These were the disciples of Misty Capital Peak, and it was Yu Zige who had let out that mocking voice. Don't go too far, Tian Zhongdao said coldly. How did I go overboard? Yu Zige sneered. Tian Zhongdao's face was ashen from anger, but he stuttered, so it was hard for him to refute Yu Zige. Lin Feng said indifferently, I remember that someone was kicked in the face by Brother Tian in Ice Flame Town and was sent flying for more than 10 meters. That guy seems to have the same surname as you, Brother Yu Zige. He seems to be from the ancient Yu clan. I wonder if Brother Yu knows him? Yu Zige's face suddenly changed. This matter was a great humiliation to him. It was also the reason why Yu Zige wanted to cut Tian Zhongdao into 1,000 pieces. Now that Lin Feng had exposed it, Yu Zige's face became extremely gloomy. Nonsense. Our House Yu's disciples won't be kicked in the face. Yu Zige said with a gloomy expression. Yeah, House Yu's seniors in the Blue Cloud sect. Which one of them isn't an expert? How could they be kicked in the face? Kid, don't be an alarmist here. You're ruining Brother Yu's reputation. Yu Zige's disciples on the side hooted. Yu Zige's face was gloomy. He was really afraid that Lin Feng would say that he was kicked in the face by Tian Zhongdao. If that happened, he would lose a lot of face and become the laughingstock of the Blue Cloud sect. Yu Zige glanced coldly at Lin Feng, waved his hand, and left with the disciples of Wudu Peak. Awesome. Look, that grandson's face, sullen. I feel very good. Tian Zhongdao said. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. The old drunkard muttered. Yu Zige said worriedly, Brother Lin, I heard that Yu Zige has a very deep background in Wudu Peak, and he's very talented. We can't afford to offend someone like that. It's better if we don't have any conflicts with him in the future. If we offend him, and he takes revenge on us, we'll be finished. Yu Zige was a coward, but Lin Feng could understand his worries. After all, he had only joined Butian Peak, and his future was uncertain. The old drunkard patted Yu Zige's shoulder and said, What's there to be afraid of? If worse comes to worst, we'll just leave Blue Cloud sect. If this place doesn't want us, there'll be other places for us. You guys have guts. No wonder 25 of your 35 new disciples ran away. You're all thinking the same thing. You, the 10 great geniuses, are going to become the pillars of Butian Peak. A faint laughter sounded, but it was full of ridicule and disdain. Sikong Mo walked over while being surrounded by a dozen disciples. Sikong Mo's talent was very terrifying, and his cultivation was also very high. He was seen as one of the new disciples with the highest chance of reaching the Yin-Yang realm. Now, he had been personally accepted as a disciple by the 5 Elements Peak's great elder. Sikong Mo's cultivation was indeed powerful. Lin Feng had exchanged blows with him before, so he knew how terrifying Sikong Mo was. Sikong Mo's martial spirit was too strange. Once it was used, it would poison the opponent. Lin Feng was speechless. Even if Butian Peak was weak, was there a need to step on them? This was the reality. There were few people who helped people in their hour of need, but there were many who kicked them when they were down. This was the most realistic world, and it could be applied anywhere. Seeing that it was Sikong Mo, the Butian Peak disciples who wanted to refute quickly shut their mouths. Sikong Mo was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Many people looked over, and when they saw Lin Feng and the others from Butian Peak, they all had gloating expressions. Which of the new disciples of Butian Peak hadn't been bullied? They had been ridiculed and humiliated. Isn't this Sikongimo? You were chosen by the 5 elements peak early on, and you have a martial spirit like the 3,000 weak water. You're a true genius. The old drunkard looked at Sikongimo with a smile. Sikongimo showed a proud expression and said, "That's right, it's me. Looks like you're not blind from old age." The old drunkard said, "A genius is a genius. Sikongimo will definitely become a rising star of the Qingyang sect in the future. Who can compete with him?" Of course. Sikongimo became even more proud. Pfft, Lin Feng laughed. Sikongimo's expression was slightly gloomy. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? A guy who was abandoned by the 9 peaks dares to laugh at me?" Lin Feng said, "How would I dare to laugh at genius Sikongimo? I just think that the old drunkard is right. Brother Sikong, you're a genius with outstanding talent." Lin Feng emphasized the words, outstanding talent. At this moment, everyone seemed to have come back to their senses. They all looked at Sikong Mo's forehead and saw that the swollen bump on his forehead hadn't disappeared. So this was what the old drunkard and the kid meant by outstanding talent. Many people laughed out loud. Sikong Mo also reacted. His expression immediately became gloomy, and he said coldly, "You two dare to make fun of me? Do you have a death wish?" Sikong Mo's body emitted a cold aura. His eyes were cold, as if he was about to teach Lin Feng and the old drunkard a lesson. Chapter 511. Everyone could feel the cold aura emanating from Sikong Mo. Many disciples who were watching the show began to discuss. The disciples of Butian Peak are different from the previous years. In the past, the disciples of Butian Peak were all cowards, but this year, they dared to mock the geniuses of Wuxing Peak. How unexpected. Look at how angry Sikong Mo is. I think he's going to attack. With his cultivation level, he can easily defeat 10 people from Tianbu Peak by himself. I heard that Sikong Mo was ambushed during the exam. He was punched in the head and fainted. That's why his forehead is so swollen. The old drunkard and the young man just mocked Sikong Mo. Sikong Mo will definitely be furious when he realizes what they said. That's right. This is a great humiliation for Sikong Mo. He doesn't want to talk about it, and he doesn't want to think about it. But those 2 guys brought it up. It's no wonder he's angry. Let's wait and see. I think the disciples of Butian Peak are going to suffer. Some people looked at Lin Feng and the others with pity. Some people were gloating over their misfortune. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I heard that disciples can't fight amongst themselves," asked the old drunkard. "Really? Is there such a rule? What happens if they fight amongst themselves?" "They'll be punished severely." Lin Feng shrugged. "These damned sect rules." Sikong Mo's expression was gloomy. He had also thought of the sect rules. There was indeed a sect rule that stated that disciples were not allowed to fight amongst themselves. As expected of a heaven-mending peak disciple, after entering the sect, he quickly familiarized himself with the sect's rules. If someone bullies him, he can use the sect's rules to scare them. This way, he can avoid being beaten. Said a disciple mockingly, Brother Sikong, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Brother Sikong, you're so handsome because you're sick? Aren't you born with it?" asked Lin Feng. Looking at Sikong Mo, I heard that some peerless geniuses were born with outstanding talents. I thought Brother Sikong was born with it, but now I see that you're sick. It seems like I was wrong," said the old drunkard seriously. Many of the spectating disciples watched Lin Feng and the old drunkard singing the same tune, and their mouths twitched violently. Those 2 guys were really not afraid of death. They kept mocking and ridiculing Sikong Mo. Zi, Ong, and the others were scared to death by Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Their legs and stomachs were shaking. Lin Feng and the old drunkard were walking further and further down the road of death. They had just offended Yuzij, and now they had offended Sikong Mo. Zi, Ong, and the others couldn't help but feel worried for Lin Feng, the old drunkard, and Tian Zhongdao. They thought that those 3 guys weren't afraid at all. It seemed like they didn't know how strong Yuzij and Sikong Mo were. They also didn't know that there was a huge gap between ordinary disciples and geniuses like Uzige and Sikongimo in the sect. In the sect, the higher one's talent, the more attention they would receive and the higher one's status would be. It was not something an ordinary disciple could compare to. Uzige and Sikongimo were both disciples that the sect wanted to nurture, but the disciples of the heaven-repairing peak were all disciples that the sect had given up on and left to fend for themselves. Therefore, Lin Feng and the old drunkard were mocking Sikongimo. In the eyes of many people, it was tantamount to courting death. Sikongimo's face became gloomier. Before he was knocked out by Lin Feng, Sikongimo was in high spirits. At that time, he was a genius that everyone looked up to. He won one battle after another and obtained 97 exam tokens. He wanted to make a fortune, but he was knocked out by a punch to the head. Not only did he not make a fortune, but he also became a laughingstock. Although many people respected him on the surface, they mocked and ridiculed him behind his back. Sikongimo pretended that he didn't know that he was being mocked behind his back. This made him feel better. But now, Lin Feng and the old drunkard were singing the same tune and sketching out his unimaginable memories. How could Sikongimo tolerate this? Even if I'm severely punished by the sect, I'll teach these two a lesson today. Sikongimo's eyes were full of coldness. Boom! Sikongimo's body emitted a terrifying aura that enveloped Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Sikongimo is going to attack. Sikongimo is infuriated. Sikongimo is lonely. He's not a good choice. That kid and the old drunkard are in trouble today. Many people shook their heads. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the old drunkard. Even if the rest of the people from Heaven Repairing Peak attacked together, these onlookers were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the others. Since you dared to anger me, you'll have to pay the price. The sect doesn't allow killing. Don't worry, I won't take your lives, but I'll break your legs today. Sikongimo's voice was cold. Many people gasped. Sikongimo was too cruel. He actually wanted to break Lin Feng and the old drunkard's legs. But when they came back to their senses and thought about it, they seemed to understand why Sikongimo did this. He mainly wanted to establish his authority in the Blue Cloud sect. In this way, those disciples who were secretly gossiping about him being knocked out by a punch would also shut up. Whoosh! Sikongimo moved and took the lead to rush towards Lin Feng. Stop! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. In the crowd, a tall figure leaped out and stood between Lin Feng and Sikongimo, 10th Celestial Layer. Sikongimo frowned slightly. He quickly retreated and looked coldly at the tall young man before him. This is a matter between 5 Elements Peak and Heaven Mending Peak. Senior brother, are you trying to interfere? It's Jing Ping. There's no good show to watch. When the young man appeared, many onlookers shrugged and looked helpless. I'm the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. Do you think this has anything to do with me? Jing Ping looked at Sikongimo indifferently. Eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak? Sikongimo frowned. He had the feeling that if he used his full strength, the person in front of him who called himself the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. Brother. When Lin Feng heard that the young man was Jing Ping, he bowed slightly and greeted him. Lin Feng and the others had heard about Jing Ping. Back then, he hadn't been very talented and hadn't been accepted by the sect. He had knelt outside the sect for 3 days and 3 nights. When the leader of Heaven Repairing Peak saw that Jing Ping had perseverance, he had accepted him into Heaven Repairing Peak as a servant. Then, through his own efforts, he had slowly become the eldest disciple of Heaven Repairing Peak. It was a miracle. Jing Ping nodded at Lin Feng and the others, then looked at Sikongimo and said, "Let's end today's matter here, shall we?" Sikongimo smiled coldly and looked at Lin Feng and the others coldly. In 3 months, the new disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak will compete. At that time, I'm afraid that the disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak won't have a good ending. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the others. Chapter 5:12. Yu Ziyong and the others were worried when they heard Sikongimo's threatening words. Jingping said, "Don't worry, everyone. The elders of the 12 peaks will be watching the competition. With so many higher-ups present, they will know when to stop." Hearing Jingping's words, the pale faces of Yu Ziong and the others became slightly better. Jingping looked at Lin Feng, the old drunkard, and said, "You two have just joined the sect, so sometimes you should be patient. After all, if something really happens, it will be difficult for the heaven-mending peak to protect you." Lin Feng asked, "Senior, have you heard of the heart-hunting grass?" Jingping was startled, not understanding why Lin Feng would ask such a question. He shook his head and said, "I haven't." Lin Feng said, "The heart-hunting grass is a kind of grass that lives in the devil's vine. I'm sure you've heard of the devil's vine before. It's an extremely terrifying plant that devours all living things, be it humans, beasts, flowers, or even trees." Jingping nodded. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he had heard of the famous devil's vine. Lin Feng continued, "The heart-hunting grass grows in areas covered by the devil's vine. This kind of living environment is too harsh. In the beginning, the heart-hunting grass was the same as other plants, living things, and even human cultivators, and was often devoured by the devil's vine. However, in this kind of difficult living environment, the heart-hunting grass completed its own transformation, and that is its counterattack. The devil's vine doesn't have any weaknesses. It seems powerful, but it takes root in the mountain rocks. The vines are poisonous, but the roots aren't. Therefore, the heart-hunting grass strives to grow its roots, drilling into the rocks until it finally takes root in the devil's vine's roots and absorbing the devil's vine's energy. As long as the devil's vine dares to harm the heart-hunting grass, the heart-hunting grass can use its roots to strangle the devil's vine's roots in a few breaths." After hearing Lin Feng's words, not only Jingping, but Yu Ziong, Fanshan, and the others also had thoughtful expressions. Lin Feng continued, "The ways of the world are difficult. The 12 peaks of azure cloud seem to be living in harmony, but the waves are turbulent. Our heaven-mending peak is in a precarious situation, and we might even be removed from the list. Are we going to be an ordinary flower or ferocious beast devoured by the demonic vine? Or was it the heart-hunting grass that was unwilling to bow down to fate and continued to strengthen itself? Blindly dodging will only boost the devil's vine's arrogance. Only an effective counterattack will be able to stifle the devil's vine's arrogance and make it obedient, not daring to easily offend the heart-hunting grass." Jingping looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng's heart-hunting grass story had deeply shaken Jingping's heart. For the first time in more than 10 years, a thought appeared in his mind, and that was to resist. Jingping was shocked by his own thoughts. He tried his best to find some reason to persuade Lin Feng, but Jingping found that he couldn't find any reason to persuade this disciple who had just joined the heaven-repairing peak. Moreover, his heart was stirring, as if he had been persuaded by this disciple who had just joined the heaven-repairing peak. Jingping sighed in his heart. If one could live a life full of dignity, who would want to live a life of humiliation? Time would smooth out this junior brother's edges, right? Jingping was a person of few words. His personality was very calm, but Jingping suddenly found that he really liked junior brother Lin Feng's radical personality. Right now, Jingping was even a bit afraid to see Lin Feng's edges being smoothed out by the cruel reality. It was just like the many disciples of the heaven-repairing peak today. They didn't have any passion and only lived their lives step by step. They were a bit like walking corpses, unable to see hope. Although Jingping didn't want to use such an ugly word to describe his junior brothers and junior sisters, Jingping suddenly felt a bit irritated. He didn't know if it was because he thought that Lin Feng would be smoothed out sooner or later, or because he thought of the humiliation the other peaks had given the heaven-repairing peak. In the end, Jingping felt a deep sense of powerlessness around him. The heaven-repairing peak was truly desolate. The other peaks had at least 4 or 5 Yin-Yang realm elders, and some even had 10. However, the heaven-repairing peak only had one elder who followed the peak lord and silently protected the heaven-repairing peak. Which of the other peaks didn't have many geniuses? Every peak had a few Yin-Yang realm geniuses, but in the heaven-repairing peak, Jingping's strongest cultivation was only at the 10th layer of the Martial King realm. Moreover, Jingping knew what kind of talent he had. His current cultivation was already the limit. He knew that he would never be able to break through the Yin-Yang realm. This was the heaven-repairing peak. In everyone's eyes, the heaven-repairing peak was already dispensable. Jingping sighed. He looked at Lin Feng and said, junior brother. You guys can go and receive the sect's benefits." Jing Ping dragged his feet and walked into the distance. He suddenly felt a bit of sadness in his heart. He thought of the Peak Lord, the heaven-repairing peak, and the past. In the end, he could only sigh. Would the heaven-repairing peak really be removed from the list? After that, the days passed very peacefully. Lin Feng and the others cultivated step by step. After a month, Lin Feng planned to attempt to break through the 9th layer of the martial general realm. He felt that it was time to break through. Lin Feng set up a great spiritual gathering formation in his room. He then piled up a dense pile of spirit stones. He sat cross-legged and started to circulate the ancient dragonesque elephant technique. Immediately, the pure energy contained in the spirit stones quickly rushed out. Because of the great spiritual gathering formation, the energy didn't dissipate. The tyrannical energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Under the ancient dragonesque elephant technique's transformation, the energy transformed into the pure energy of the ancient dragonesque elephant. Then, it fused with his own pure qi. Lin Feng's pure qi quickly transformed. Rumble, rumble, rumble came out of Lin Feng's body. His pure qi was surging like a river. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng only felt that the energy in his body was crazily rising. "I broke through." Lin Feng's face showed a trace of joy. He had finally broken through from the 8th layer of the martial general realm to the 9th layer of the martial general realm. His strength had also increased from 78,125 draconesque elephant to 390,625 draconesque elephant strength. His 5 devouring martial spirits had increased his battle strength by 5 times. Lin Feng's strength could reach 1,953,125 draconesque elephant strength. 1 draconesque elephant strength was equivalent to 10 draconesque elephant strength. Then, Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 195,31,250 draconesque elephant strength. This strength was simply too terrifying. Right now, Lin Feng only needed to move his finger to crush a cultivator of the 10th layer of the martial general realm. When he used all kinds of methods, he could even defeat ordinary martial king cultivators. Of course, if he encountered someone like Lin Feng who had terrifying battle strength, it would be hard to say. For example, Sikong Mo was very terrifying. Sikong Mo's martial spirit was especially terrifying. When Sikong Mo used the 3,000 weak water spirit, there weren't many people below the yin-yang layer who would dare to say that they could defeat Sikong Mo. Not bad. You've already broken through to the 9th layer of the martial general realm. At that moment, a voice entered Lin Feng's ears. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The Fire Qilin. It was actually the Fire Qilin's voice. Chapter 5:13. I'll wait for you in the forest. Come and see me quickly. The Fire Qilin said telepathically. Lin Feng quickly got up and went to the forest on Tian Mending Peak to find the Fire Qilin. I didn't think that so many things would happen during this period of time. I only found out that something had happened to your family after I left the Qingyang sect. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded and said, I need to do everything I can to increase my cultivation level, and then return to the Eastern Divine Prefecture to go to Outyan Ancient Capital. The Fire Qilin said, haste makes waste when it comes to cultivation. You can't rush it. Did you know that the Blue Cloud sect is related to the Qingyang sect in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? What? They're related? Lin Feng's expression changed. He had a deep grudge with the Qingyang sect. The higher-ups of the Qingyang sect didn't want to let Lin Feng off either. The founder of the Qingyang sect was an outstanding disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He later established his own sect. The reason why the Qingyang sect is so strong is because of the Blue Cloud sect's support. But you don't have to worry too much. The Qingyang sect thinks that they're strong now, while the Blue Cloud sect is getting weaker day by day. That's why the Qingyang sect isn't very happy with the Blue Cloud sect, and they've had a few disputes. They're both very cold. Lin Feng nodded and said, You just used telepathy to talk to me. Have you recovered your godly power? The Fire Qilin was depressed and cursed. I could have recovered my godly power, but I was tricked by that bastard Taoist Wu Liang. Huh? Tricked by that bastard? What happened? Lin Feng asked curiously. That day, we went to the grave of the second patriarch of the Qingyang sect and found a 50,000-year-old spirit netherworld grass. It's a supreme treasure of the king level. The fire Qilin ground its teeth as it spoke. 50,000-year-old. Lin Feng gasped. 5,000 years. The world had changed, and a stock of spiritual medicine had actually grown for 50,000 years. This was too shocking. The fire Qilin continued. That 50,000-year-old spirit herb can stimulate my body and allow my body to produce divine power once again. Originally, I had an agreement with that bastard, the dead Taoist, that the rest of the treasures would belong to that dead Taoist, and that 50,000-year-old spirit herb would belong to me. That dead Taoist also agreed, but he didn't expect that dead Taoist to sneak attack me and forcibly snatch the spirit herb from my hands before fleeing. I only managed to snatch a small portion of the spirit herb. After consuming it, it stimulated my body to produce divine power. Now, I can be considered to have recovered some of my cultivation, which is roughly equivalent to the 10th layer of the martial king realm. If I had eaten the entire spirit herb, I might have completely recovered. Holy shit, there's actually such a thing? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The fire Qilin wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't let me see that damned fatso again. Otherwise, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces, strip him naked, and parade him through the streets. Lin Feng could understand the fire Qilin's gloominess. It had teamed up with the boundless Taoist, but in the end, it had been set up miserably by the boundless Taoist. The fire Qilin had always wanted to recover its divine power and had been about to succeed, but had been set up by the boundless Taoist. I knew that damn Taoist wasn't reliable, Lin Feng said, but it's not like I didn't gain anything. At least I recovered some of my divine power and am no longer like before. Furthermore, I secretly learned the dividing metal acupuncture point technique from that damn Taoist. Oh, dividing metal acupuncture point technique? What kind of secret technique is that? Lin Feng was puzzled. The fire Qilin said, it's not a secret technique. It's a grave-robbing technique. Grave robbing? Lin Feng was astonished. In Qimin Dunjia, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, there were records of grave-robbing techniques, but grave-robbing techniques were extremely mysterious. Very few people dared to rob tombs. This was because the tombs of many powerhouses were filled with traps and extremely dangerous. Of course, there was also another reason. If one dared to rob the tombs of powerhouses, they would be hunted down by their descendants. This dividing metal acupuncture point technique is indeed marvelous. I used this technique on my way here and found a tomb. The fire Qilin's eyes shone. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Are you talking about the Blue Cloud Sect's ancestors' tomb? Stop messing around. If you dig up the Blue Cloud Sect's ancestors' tomb, I guarantee that those old bastards from the Blue Cloud Sect will skin you alive." The fire Qilin said, "Of course it's not the Blue Cloud Sect's ancestors' tomb. I found it on my way here. To be more precise, it might not be a tomb, but an ancient cultivator's cave." An ancient cultivator's cave? Lin Feng was puzzled. Shouldn't this ancient cultivator's cave be on the ground? It's normal for some ancient cultivators to build their cave underground. Of course, it's also possible that for some unknown reasons, the ancient cultivator's cave was buried underground. Although that damn Taoist character isn't good, his dividing metal acupuncture point technique is heaven-defying. It's not as simple as robbing tombs. This dividing metal acupuncture point technique can also find the hidden ancient cultivator's cave. The fire Qilin said, "Amazing, really amazing. There's actually such a secret technique in this world." Lin Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. "Let's go to the ancient cultivator's cave and explore it." The fire Qilin said, "Okay." Lin Feng naturally had no objections. He and the fire Qilin left the Blue Cloud Sect and rushed towards the forest in the distance. The Blue Cloud Sect was surrounded by mountains for hundreds of miles. There were many terrifying beasts roaming around the mountains, and there were even a few Beast King-level existences. However, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud Sect had reached an evil agreement with these Beast Kings that they couldn't harm the Blue Cloud Sect's disciples. These Beast Kings were intelligent and naturally knew what to do. Since they wanted to live in this place for a long time, they had to maintain a good relationship with the Blue Cloud Sect. The place the fire Qilin was talking about was located in a huge valley. I'll teach you an earth escape technique. Once you learn it, you can travel underground. As soon as the fire Qilin finished speaking, it transmitted the cultivation method of a secret technique into Lin Feng's mind. This earth escape technique wasn't difficult to cultivate. After 2 hours, Lin Feng had comprehended the earth escape technique. Then, he entered the valley with the fire Qilin. After using the earth escape technique, the surrounding soil quickly separated. They continued to dive for about 700 to 800 meters, but they still didn't find anything. Lin Feng said, "No, I'm almost at my limit. It's difficult to continue diving." The fire Qilin said, "Hold on a little longer. If we can't find anything, we'll leave." Lin Feng nodded. After diving for another 100 meters, suddenly, a huge black energy screen appeared below them. Waves of shocking fluctuations escaped from the black energy screen. Found it. The ancient cultivator's cave. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly rushed into the black energy screen. However, as soon as they rushed in, a cold and gloomy aura enveloped the two of them. Whoosh whoosh. A cold light suddenly erupted. A 10-meter-long blade condensed and slashed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, wanting to cut them in half. Not good, danger. Chapter 5:14. Clang. Lin Feng's reaction speed was extremely fast. He took out the black dragon sword and blocked the attack. The fire Qilin waved its claws and slapped forward. Although the fire Qilin's divine power had dried up, its physical body was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than many magic treasures. The fire Qilin's claw collided with the incoming saber light, blocking the attack of the saber light. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures quickly rushed over. They were two cultivators wearing blood-red robes and wielding blood-red blades. Cultivators? Lin Feng was shocked. No, they're blood corpses. The fire Qilin said, "They're dead people who have been refined into corpses. This is an extremely cruel method. Generally, only demonic forces would use such a cruel method to refine blood corpses. I'm guessing that this place must be extremely ancient. You should know that the Blue Cloud sect has been here for more than 100,000 years, which means that this place must be a ruin from 100,000 years ago." As soon as the fire Qilin finished speaking, the two blood corpses had already rushed over. They waved their blades and slashed at Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Binding technique? Lin Feng used a spirit array technique. Swish! The dense spirit inscriptions intertwined and entangled the two blood corpses, making it difficult for them to move. Lin Feng slashed at one of the blood corpses. With a puchi, the blood corpse's head was cut off. The fire Qilin went forward and broke the second blood corpse's neck. The two blood corpses fell down. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin looked into the depths and saw that it was a huge underground castle. Perhaps it was because no one had been here for a long time, but the place was emitting a cold and eerie aura. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "This place is eerie and scary. There must be a lot of good things buried here." The fire Qilin said. The two of them entered the castle. But at that moment, a blood-red light surged out of the castle, and gusts of cold wind whistled. Swish, swish, densely packed blood corpses appeared. There were probably thousands of them. After seeing those bloody corpses, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's faces became extremely ugly. "Run!" The fire Qilin shouted and rushed into the depths of the castle. Whoosh! Lin Feng was even faster, directly surpassing the fire Qilin. F***CK. The fire Qilin couldn't help but roll its eyes. Roar, roar, roar. A deep roar came from behind, and the densely packed blood corpses quickly chased after them. That eerie and terrifying aura made Lin Feng feel as if he had fallen into a boundless purgatory, as if he was facing a group of evil spirits. These blood corpses were no different from evil spirits. There are so many blood corpses. What are they guarding? Lin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. According to the fire Qilin, Devil Path experts refine blood corpses in order to protect something. Even after the Devil Path experts died, the blood corpses would continue to live and continue to protect the things they wanted to protect. It must be something extraordinary. I feel like it's in the depths of the castle. The fire Qilin shouted. Whoosh whoosh, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin quickly rushed into the depths of the castle, and the army of blood corpses chased after them. The blood corpses waved the blood swords in their hands and slashed at Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Buzz. An incredible amount of blood-red blade lights condensed together, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth as they moved towards Lin Feng and the fire unicorn. Feeling the aura behind them, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's faces changed. If they were hit, they would definitely die. Archaic Divine Emperor Qiong Qi clone, come out, Lin Feng shouted. Roar. The Qiong Qi clone appeared, and its huge body blocked in front of Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin hid themselves behind the Qiong Qi clone. Clang, clang, clang. The densely packed attacks landed on the body of the primordial sage Emperor Qiong Qi's clone. Instantly, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The blade lights slammed into the body of the Qiong Qi clone, but they were unable to break open the body of the Qiong Qi clone. However, the powerful impact still sent the Qiong Qi clone flying. Even Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, who were hiding behind the Qiong Qi clone, were sent flying. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. He was lifted into the air, and he felt his blood boil. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack of thousands of blood corpses was naturally terrifying. Even if it did not hit Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, the shockwave that was emitted almost injured him. Go! Lin Feng shouted, and the fire Qilin jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng summoned his golden wings and quickly flew into the depths of the castle. Whoosh! The Qiong Qi clone flew behind them, protecting Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Screech! When Lin Feng and the fire Qilin reached the depths of the castle, they suddenly heard a shrill screech. Dense black shadows appeared. These black shadows were wearing black robes, and they stretched out their pale white claws, revealing only their pale green eyes. They rushed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Not good. These are spirits. They are terrifying creatures refined by demonic experts after extracting the souls of cultivators. These spirits are like evil spirits, extremely evil and almost immortal. Seeing the spirits rushing out from the depths of the castle, the fire Qilin's expression was extremely serious. Screech! The overwhelming number of spirits rushed towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Ghostly qi filled the air, and it was as if this place was about to turn into a world of hell. This was a really creepy scene. It was as if countless evil spirits were rushing over. It's over. The fire Qilin screamed. Whoosh! At this critical moment, Lin Feng summoned a treasure. It was a Buddha's bone saraira, a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Good. When Lin Feng summoned the Buddha's bone saraira, it hovered above Lin Feng. Endless golden light rushed out from the Buddha's bone saraira. The golden light was boundless. In the Buddha's bone saraira, an old monk sat cross-legged with his palms together and chanted Buddhist mantras. Suddenly, the golden Buddha's light spread out in all directions. They were touched by the golden Buddha's light. There was a sizzling sound, and the spirits' bodies emitted black smoke. When they came into contact with the Buddha's light, the spirits' bodies seemed to be burning. Screech! The densely packed spirits scattered in all directions in horror. Whoosh! Lin Feng sped up and rushed into the depths of the castle. He saw that in the depths of the castle, scorching underground flames were burning. Above the flames, there was a huge cauldron. The energy in the cauldron was intertwined, and the energy wrapped around a pitch-black beast egg. Beast egg. The Blood Corpse Army and the Spirit Army are guarding this beast egg. This beast egg is definitely not simple. The fire Qilin exclaimed. Let's get it first. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the beast egg. When he got close to the cauldron, a destructive aura surged out. Above the cauldron, a 10,000-meter-tall phantom condensed. It was a man in black, like an immortal god. He stood in the void, and a pair of narrow eyes looked coldly at Lin Feng. Impudent. The cold voice suddenly sounded. Hearing that voice, Lin Feng looked like he was struck by lightning. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 5:15. Terrifying. It was too terrifying, shouted a silhouette coldly. Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fire Qilin looked unsightly. It had lost its godly strength, and its cultivation was limited. The army of blood corpses and spirits started trembling when the phantom appeared. The phantom in front of them was like a god. It was powerful, immortal, and mysterious. It controlled the most ancient of powers, and it looked down on all the living beings in the world. God. The fire Qilin was terrified. It could sense the terrifying chi of the phantom, even though it was just a mark in front of it. At its peak, the fire Qilin was infinitely close to being a god, but it still wasn't a god. Only those who were close to that level would know what the word god meant. This place was actually left behind by a divine-level demonic cultivator. Moreover, this demonic cultivator's divine sense was still present. What did that mean? It meant that the god-level demon cultivator wasn't dead yet. How terrifying. What kind of beast did that egg belong to? Why would such a terrifying being care about it? Lowly ant, you dare to covet my treasures? Die. That terrifying devil expert raised his right hand and slammed it down. That attack enveloped Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Oh no. Lin Feng was dumbstruck when he realized that he couldn't move. He could only stare blankly at that terrifying attack. He was powerless to resist. As for the fire Qilin, it was the same as Lin Feng's situation. The fire Qilin wasn't even as strong as Lin Feng. Ancient Divine Emperor Qiong Qi's clone, shouted Lin Feng. Just as the attack was about to reach Lin Feng and the fire Qilin, Lin Feng summoned the Ancient Divine Emperor Qiong Qi's clone. The Ancient Divine Emperor Qiong Qi's clone rushed forward and slapped the huge hand. An ant dares to resist? Said the voice coldly. The enormous palm suddenly slapped down and directly slapped the primeval Divine Emperor Qiong Qi's clone away, and then it continued to blast towards Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. A terrifying pressure spread out and enveloped Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng found it hard to withstand. Crack, crack, Lin Feng's body began to crack like porcelain. One could imagine, when the gigantic palm came crashing down from the sky, he would definitely be slapped to death. Demonic orb, if I die, you won't have a good time either. Lin Feng wanted to activate the demonic bead, but there was no reaction from it. He could not help but threaten the demonic bead, but there was still no reaction from it. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. This demonic bead was too strange. He had clearly refined it with his blood, but he was unable to activate it. Lin Feng turned his gaze to another treasure. Dark Nether Devil Tome. This was a treasure he had snatched from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Could this treasure save his life at a critical moment? Shimming Demonic Book, you were brought out by me from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. I know you are extraordinary. Now, the demonic bead wants to devour you, but I have refined it. Although I cannot control it now, if you help me now, and the demonic bead tries to devour you in the future, I will definitely find a way to help you deal with it. Boom. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the demonic bead that had been motionless suddenly emitted a terrifying energy. That terrifying energy shook Lin Feng so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng really wanted to break the demonic bead. In a life and death situation, the demonic bead did not help him. It even wanted to trick him. However, Lin Feng did not have the ability to break the demonic bead. Whoosh! To Lin Feng's delight, the shimming demonic book actually moved. It was surrounded by demonic light and flew out quickly, floating above Lin Feng's head. This is... The deity-level demonic Dao expert looked at the shimming demonic book in shock. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Could it be? He seemed to have thought of something, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Ha! Then, the deity-level demonic expert laughed loudly. I really didn't expect it to be this item. Boy, this item is mine. The deity-level demonic expert shouted coldly. His palm that had been aimed at Lin Feng and the fire Qilin was now aimed at the shimming demonic book. What is the origin of this shimming demonic book? This demonic expert must know. Judging from his expression, this shimming demonic book must have a great origin. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he did not have time to think about this. He looked at the shimming demonic book nervously. He did not know if this strange treasure could withstand the attack of this terrifying demonic sovereign. Just as the deity-level demonic expert reached out to grab the shimmering demonic book, the shimmering demonic book emitted a shocking wave of energy. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the wave of energy seemed to have resonated with the heavens and earth. One of the distorted ancient characters on the shimmering demonic book moved. In the next moment, the ancient character shot up into the sky. This was one of the hundreds of ancient characters that had been imprinted on the shimmering demonic book. Usually, these characters were very blurry, and it was impossible to see what they were. But now, an ancient character flew out, surrounded by endless demonic light, and resonated with the heavens and earth. In the void, a low voice sounded. It was like the voice of the heavens and earth. The word Tao was formed by the origin of the heavens and earth. This word, Tao, is the word destruction in the ancient divine script. Boy, hurry up and imprint this word in your mind. Don't ask anything. Even if you don't understand it, imprint it in your mind. This is a heaven-defying opportunity. This is the legendary word, Tao, that was formed when the heavens and earth were created. The fire Qilan roared. Then, he shut his mouth because his eyes were fixed on the word annihilation. Lin Feng was shocked. He knew very well what the word Tao that was formed by the heavens and earth meant. Lin Feng also stared at the word destruction in the void. He tried his best to imprint the word in his mind. But soon, Lin Feng let out a shrill cry. His yin-yang realm 8th firmament soul could not withstand the impact of the word Tao. Lin Feng felt like his soul was about to explode. Although it was only a word, it was not an ordinary word. It was the word Tao that was formed when the heavens and earth were created. The word heavenly Tao. The word Tao contained too much information. No, I won't give up. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, still staring at the word Tao. If he missed such a great opportunity, would there be a next time? Lin Feng did not know if there would be a next time. The shimmering demonic book was very strange. Lin Feng did not know if the word Tao would fly out the next time he attacked. Lin Feng did not care about the future. He only wanted to seize every moment. He only wanted to seize the present. Lin Feng frantically circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. His shattered soul was rapidly recovering. The pain that Lin Feng experienced was worse than death. But he still stared at the word Tao, trying his best to imprint the word in his mind and in the depths of his soul. During the process of his soul being destroyed and repaired, Lin Feng's soul completed another transformation. He transformed from yin-yang realm 8th firmament to yin-yang realm 9th firmament. After Lin Feng transformed, Lin Feng felt that the pain caused by the word Tao had lessened significantly. In the depths of Lin Feng's soul, the word destroy was imprinted. This was the word heaven and Tao. Lin Feng succeeded. He collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Suppress. The divine realm demonic expert roared and pressed his palm against the word destroy. But the word Tao was too terrifying. Just like the meaning of destroy. Everything that stood in its way was destroyed. Bang! The Tao annihilation character instantly shattered the attack of the godly spirit realm devil Tao expert, and then struck the body of the godly spirit realm devil Tao expert. Crack, crack. Even the divine realm demonic expert's body began to crumble. Damn it, you actually broke my divine sense. Brat, I'll remember you. You should remember me too. My name is Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign. When I return, I'll tear you to pieces. As soon as Blood Sky Overlord's voice fell, his 10,000 feet tall body collapsed. Even a body formed by the divine will of a divine realm expert like Blood Sky Overlord could not withstand a light blow from the word destroy. It was hard to imagine how powerful the word destroy was. Chapter 5:16. Swoosh. After destroying the Blood Sky Overlord's divine telekinesis, the shimmering demonic book turned into a stream of light and rushed into Lin Feng's dantian. Let's go, Fire Qilan shouted. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly got up and rushed to the giant cauldron. He grabbed the mysterious black egg and kept the Archean divine Emperor Qiong Qi's clone into his body. He then spread his golden wings and rushed out with Fire Qilan. Roar! The Blood Corpse army roared and chased after Lin Feng and Fire Qilin. The Spirit army also floated over. They were as fast as lightning. Whoosh! Soon, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin rushed out of the castle shrouded in black light. The Blood Corpse army and the Ghost army were unable to charge out of the black light screen, and they all let out angry roars. Phew! Only then did Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He and Fire Qilin rushed out of the underground world. With a thump, Lin Feng lay on the ground, panting heavily. He could still feel the burning pain all over his body. This pain was caused by the damned demonic orb. Thinking about the demonic orb that was impervious to everything, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. After resting for a while, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin flew toward the Blue Cloud sect. A day later, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin returned to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng, where have you been these few days? Our peak master has appeared, Tian Zhongdao said excitedly when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that this guy would not stutter when he was excited. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the peak master to appear. He said, I went out to do something. By the way, have you all met the peak master? Yes, all of us new disciples went to see the peak lord. Our peak lord was extremely terrifying when he was young, and had the greatest potential to become an almighty being. Unfortunately, he was injured. If he hadn't been injured and became an almighty being, our heaven-repairing peak wouldn't have fallen to this state. Tian Zhongdao said with a sigh. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'll go now and see if I can meet the peak lord. All right, go ahead, Tian Zhongdao said. Huh, who is this guy? Just as he was about to leave, Tian Zhongdao saw the Fire Qilin and couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng knew the Fire Qilin's temper, and he was afraid that Tian Zhongdao would say something wrong. He quickly pulled Tian Zhongdao away and said, I picked it up on the road. It's an unknown spirit beast, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Tian Zhongdao didn't mind, and went out with Lin Feng. Lin Feng first went to see Elder Qiao Yunqiu. If he wanted to see the Peak Lord, he naturally needed Elder Qiao Yunqiu's recommendation. After seeing Lin Feng, Elder Qiao Yunqiu was slightly surprised. Perhaps she didn't expect that Lin Feng would appear here. When she found out that Lin Feng had left, she thought that Lin Feng had also left Heaven-Mending Peak like the other disciples. Now, it seemed that she had wrongly blamed Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, Elder Qiao Yunqiu was very happy. Lin Feng said, 2 days ago, I had some matters to attend to, so I wasn't able to meet the Peak Lord. When I came back, I heard about this matter and went to see Elder, hoping that Elder could recommend me. New disciples have to meet the Peak Lord. This has always been the rule. Although you missed the opportunity to meet the Peak Lord hasn't gone into seclusion yet. I'll bring you to meet him. Elder Qiao Yunqiu stood up. Thank you, Elder. Lin Feng bowed. He followed behind Elder Qiao Yunqiu. In Qingxin Palace, Lin Feng met the sect lord, Qi Butian. 20 years ago, he was known as the Blue Cloud sect's #1 genius. He had a medium build, but he was very tall. He was a very handsome middle-aged man. However, his face was a little sickly pale. Senior brother, this is Lin Feng, Xiao Yunqiu said. Disciple Lin Feng greets the Peak Lord. Lin Feng bowed to Qi Butian. After seeing Lin Feng, Qi Butian's pupil shrank violently, but he quickly regained his calm. He smiled and said, We're all family. There's no need for such formalities. You may rise. Yes. Lin Feng stood up. Then I'll take my leave first. Elder Qiao Yunqiu bowed slightly to Qi Butian, then left. Qi Butian pointed to the seat in front of him and said, Sit here and have a cup of tea. Lin Feng nodded and sat upright. There was a small stove on the table that was boiling tea. A faint fragrance wafted out of it. Qi Butian didn't have the arrogance of a peak lord. He was very calm. Sitting next to him, Lin Feng also calmed down. It was as if he was in a quiet forest and had become one with the lush greenery. It was a very strange feeling, and it shocked Lin Feng. He felt that Qi Butian wasn't simple at all. The path of cultivation is long. Who knows where the end is? Everyone says that longevity is good, but even so, it's difficult to escape old age and decay. In the end, it's all for naught. Even so, There are countless people who persevere and don't regret it even if they have to risk their lives. Do you know the true meaning of cultivation? Qibutian looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't expected Qibutian to ask him such a question. Lin Feng cultivated to make himself stronger. He had never thought about the true meaning of cultivation. I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head. Qibutian said, "It's the heart." The heart? Lin Feng was puzzled. The heart of the Tao. Qibutian said, "Cultivation requires you to shape your own heart of the Tao. You have to persevere and not be disturbed by external factors or obstructed by difficulties. Only then can you continue on this path." Lin Feng was moved. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. Even the Fire Qilin had never discussed the heart of the Tao with him. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the heart of the Tao was, so he asked Qibutian for guidance. "I can see hatred in your eyes. I can see obsession and the reason for your perseverance." Qibutian said, "These aren't enough to become your heart of the Tao. At most, they are motivation, but they aren't your heart of the Tao." "I don't understand. What is the heart of the Tao?" Lin Feng asked. "Everyone has a different Tao." Qibutian smiled and said, "Try this tea and see how it tastes." Lin Feng took a sip of the tea and felt that it was very refreshing. Then, a warm current swept through his body. This was no ordinary tea. Lin Feng and Qibutian chatted for a long time. Late at night, Lin Feng said his goodbyes and left. Qibutian wasn't a simple person. Based on their conversation, it was clear that he had seen something, but he hadn't said anything. When he returned to his residence, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin talked about the heart of the Tao. The Fire Qilin said, "It seems that Qibutian is quite extraordinary. He actually talked to you about the heart of the Tao. I can't talk to you about this because forming the heart of the Tao depends on oneself. Some people, even if they cultivate to the almighty realm, may find it difficult to form their own heart of the Tao." Lin Feng was moved. Even now, he still couldn't understand what the heart of the Tao Qibutian was talking about. Lin Feng took out the mysterious egg and studied it with the Fire Qilin, but they couldn't figure out what kind of beast it was. However, the blood heavenly evil sovereign had paid a huge price to hatch this egg. It was obvious that this egg was quite astonishing. Since they couldn't figure out the origin of the egg for now, Lin Feng put it away. He would wait and see if he could find any clues about it in the future. In the dead of night, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and began to meditate on the destruction character. Chapter 5:17. The word annihilation was branded in the deepest part of Lin Feng's soul. It was surrounded by the most ancient aura of Tao. This was the word Tao that was formed when the world was first created. Lin Feng had already seen how terrifying the word Tao was. He also talked to the Fire Qilin and learned that the world was formed when the world was first created. Among the ancient divine words, there was a section called Heavenly Tao Divine Words. There were thousands of words in the Heavenly Tao Divine Words. They were formed by the Tao of the world and were called Tao words. As for these characters, they were known as Tao characters. Different Tao words had different abilities. Some Tao words contained powerful offensive power, just like the Tao word annihilation. Some of the Tao characters contained other types of power. Even the Taoist 9 syllables mantra, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhang, Lai, Qian, and Xing were all Tao words. However, the Taoist 9 syllables had obtained these Tao words long ago. Therefore, the later generations rarely mention the origin of the 9 syllables mantra. Lin Feng had seen the soldier Saint Han Feizi use the weapon incantation in the Weapon Burial Valley. He had used the weapon incantation to control hundreds of godly demon soldiers. This was the ability of the Tao word Bing. It could control all kinds of weapons. Even if it was someone else's weapon, it could be controlled to attack its owner. Just thinking about it made one feel that this ability was terrifying. Now, Lin Feng had imprinted the word annihilation in his brain. It wasn't easy. He had almost lost his life because of the word annihilation. However, when he thought of the terrifying power of the Tao word annihilation, it was all worth it. As long as he could comprehend the Tao word annihilation, it would definitely be a terrifying and heaven-defying trump card. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending the Tao word annihilation. He sensed an ancient aura coming from the Tao word, annihilation. Lin Feng carefully sensed this ancient aura. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to have arrived in an ancient world. This was a world of chaos. In the world of chaos, anything could be born. Dong. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, a roar came from the world of chaos. It was the voice of the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth resonated, producing syllables. Lin Feng looked over. In the endless chaos world, ancient divine runes soared into the sky. The word Tao formed by the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng cried out in surprise. Every time a divine character appeared, a majestic sound would resound between heaven and earth. However, Lin Feng couldn't understand what the voice meant. He couldn't understand those words either. Those voices, those words, they were filled with endless mysteries. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally saw words that he recognized soaring into the sky. Annihilate. That was the word, destruction. It was imprinted in the depths of Lin Feng's soul and had already become one with his soul. Even if he forgot anything, Lin Feng would never forget the word Tao. The deep voice suddenly came from the world of chaos, resounding through the clouds. The majestic voice penetrated the endless void, the endless world, and the torrent of time, and was imprinted in the depths of Lin Feng's soul. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he was about to become a chaotic light in this world of chaos, and become one with the mysterious word Tao. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, and his face revealed an expression of incomparable surprise. This was because Lin Feng found that he seemed to have grasped the method of operating the word Tao. With a thought, he tried to condense the word Tao. Boom. When the word Tao was condensed, Lin Feng felt as if the void was trembling violently. This was an extremely terrifying thing. However, Lin Feng quickly dispersed the word Tao. The word Tao was naturally powerful, but it consumed too much energy. After condensing it, Lin Feng actually felt a little weak. What a terrifying Tao. It almost devoured all the energy in my body. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The more powerful a secret technique was, the more energy it consumed. It was just like how the word Tao consumed the body. You've actually grasped the word Tao? The fire Qilin was startled awake, and it looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng nodded. I was lucky to have comprehended it. How was your epiphany? The fire Qilin immediately howled. Damn it! I used to be a peerless expert who stood at the peak of the sky martial continent. Even with my comprehension ability, I still haven't comprehended the Tao character annihilation, but you've already comprehended it. Comparisons are odious. The fire Qilin ran back and forth in the room, venting its frustrations. Lin Feng also felt that his power of understanding was monstrous. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he was practicing the ancient Dracophant formula. The ancient Dracophant formula wasn't only beneficial to his physical body, it also helped him improve his power of understanding. The days passed, and the day of the competition of the 12 mountains drew closer and closer. However, Lin Feng could sense that Yu Ziong and the others were pessimistic. They were all going to participate in the competition of the 12 mountains, but none of them had the slightest bit of confidence. Lin Feng naturally didn't say anything, because no matter what he said, it wouldn't change their pessimism. Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, was very optimistic. Tian Zhongdao was definitely not simple. Back then, he had appeared out of nowhere and attacked Yu Zige by surprise. Lin Feng didn't know if that was a concealment technique or some other ability. As for the old drunkard, he had never seen the old drunkard cultivate. Apart from drinking, all he did was wander around the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng suspected that the old drunkard wasn't here to become a disciple. He was most likely here to find the legendary heaven mending technique. After all, it was rumored that the heaven mending technique was still somewhere in the Blue Cloud sect. It was just hidden. Every night, Lin Feng would study the stargazing chart. Now, he could see the changes of 3,769 diagrams. That night, when Lin Feng was studying the stargazing chart, something happened that shocked him. Yesterday, Lin Feng saw 3,769 diagrams, but today, when he was studying the stargazing platform, the number of diagrams he saw quickly broke through 5,000, and it was still increasing. One chart after another appeared in his mind. It didn't take long for him to break through 10,000 charts. What's going on? Lin Feng's face was full of astonishment. Lin Feng was staring at the star map. He was completely immersed in it. In his brain, there were countless star maps. In the end, Lin Feng saw 90,000 star maps. 90,000 star charts. How is this possible? Chapter 5:18. Lin Feng had heard from Tao Shi that the founder of Nebula Pavilion, Supreme God Nebula, had been able to observe 38,000 star charts. One had to know that Supreme God Nebula was the cultivator who had seen the most star charts. Furthermore, Supreme God Nebula was a godly spirit realm expert. But now, Lin Feng had seen 90,000 star charts. How could Lin Feng not be shocked and moved? What is the reason that allowed me to see 90,000 star charts? Lin Feng murmured. His heart was filled with shock. Suddenly, he thought of the word Tao. Could it have something to do with him comprehending the world's origin power? The word Tao? The star chart itself was a supreme treasure. The one in Lin Feng's hand was only a copy. Such supreme treasures usually contain the most ancient and mysterious Tao. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had comprehended the word Tao that he was able to see 90,000 star charts by chance. Now, the 90,000 star charts in Lin Feng's mind began to rotate rapidly. Each star chart emitted a dazzling starlight. The star charts began to automatically arrange themselves in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng sensed the changes in his mind in astonishment. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The 90,000 star charts in his mind were arranged in a special pattern. Each star chart was connected to each other, forming a star chart scroll. After an unknown amount of time, the arrangement of the 90,000 star charts was finally completed. At that moment, a dazzling starlight shot out from each of the 90,000 star charts. The light of the 90,000 stars intertwined. Amidst the starlight, a blurry figure appeared. In this life, I stood alone in the world. I ascended the 9 heavens and stood at the peak. Only then did I realize what I had missed. Suddenly, the blurry figure let out a deep sigh. 90,000 star charts condensed into a starlight figure. Could this person be the mysterious expert who created the immemorial stargazing art? Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The immemorial stargazing art. It was known as the #1 soul-tempering art in the world. It was a supreme divine art comparable to the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng calmed himself down and carefully sensed the figure in the starlight. He couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly, but Lin Feng seemed to be able to sense its emotions. It was so sad and filled with endless regret. Why is it like this? He stood at the peak of cultivation and looked down on the world. Why would he feel sad? Muttered Lin Feng. He didn't understand the reason. After a long time, Lin Feng murmured to himself, what did he miss? What made him so sad? He stood at the peak of the universe, yet he still left behind such a huge regret. Was it his family? Or are they lovers? Soon, the night passed and Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. That night, Lin Feng had learned a lot. He had seen 90,000 star maps and that mysterious silhouette. Lin Feng had the feeling that, sooner or later, he would be able to understand the mysteries of those maps. Maybe he would be able to learn the ancient stargazing technique. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it wouldn't be easy. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months were almost up. The Blue Cloud sect became quite lively during this period because the new disciples were about to participate in a minor competition. The minor competition was naturally very important. First, it was to test the combat abilities of the new disciples. This was related to how high they would grow in the future. Some people didn't seem weak, but in a real battle, they would be easily defeated by others. These cultivators were mostly cultivators who had accumulated their cultivation through the accumulation of pills and spirit stones. They only had cultivation but no combat abilities. Their future wasn't optimistic. Of course, other than testing the new disciples' abilities and the results of their cultivation during this period, The results of the minor competition were also related to the reputation of the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks. Although the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks were the same sect, they were also competitors. As the saying goes, people live for their reputation, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. Between the Azure Cloud 12 Peaks, there would naturally be fierce competition. This was a matter of reputation. Not only would the peak be rewarded with a large amount of resources, but it would also win back the reputation of the peak. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Blue Cloud sect held a minor competition every 3 months and a major competition every 3 years. There were only 3 days left until the minor competition, but the old drunkard had disappeared. According to the old drunkard, he didn't want to bully the weak. This old man finally admitted that he was old and no longer called everyone senior brother. Of course, Lin Feng felt that the old drunkard was scared away. It would be strange if he wasn't scared when facing the experts of the other peaks. Yu Ziong and the others were also worried. With the arrival of the minor competition, they were all very worried. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, were very calm and continued to cultivate step by step. Before the minor competition, Elder Qiao Yunqiu gathered Lin Feng and the others and said, "This minor competition is to test the progress of your cultivation over the past few months. As the saying goes, victory and defeat are commonplace, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden." Everyone replied, "Yes." Elder Qiao Yunqiu nodded and let Lin Feng and the others go and prepare. After Lin Feng and the others left, Elder Qiao Yunqiu couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the other peaks that were full of talents, Tian Zhongdao, Song Chuxia, and Li Qishuan only had 3 Martial King disciples. As for the rest, they were only Martial King disciples. Elder Qiao Yunqiu seemed to foresee the scene of the heaven-mending peak disciples being eliminated in the first round. Elder Qiao Yunqiu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This situation had been going on for too many years. Ever since the peak master was injured, the heaven-mending peak had completely declined and became the object of ridicule of the other peaks. Elder Qiao Yunqiu would be present at every minor competition, and she would never forget the looks of disdain and ridicule of the heaven-mending peak from the other peaks. When Elder Qiao Yunqiu was a disciple, her talent wasn't good, and she was a disciple of the heaven-mending peak. Now that she was an elder, she still couldn't shake off the ridicule of others. Elder Qiao Yunqiu looked at the lush forest in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't know if the heaven-mending peak that she had protected for so many years could continue to be protected. When the heaven-mending peak was removed from the list, perhaps she would have to leave the Blue Cloud sect? Even if her heart was filled with unwillingness, what could she do? The Blue Cloud sect didn't seem to be able to tolerate the heaven-mending peak anymore. I hope that one disciple can break through, even if it's only until the second round. Elder Qiao Yunqiu clenched her fists. She didn't know if this small wish of hers would be an extravagant wish that couldn't be fulfilled. Chapter 519. At the beginning of the month, Lin Feng and the others had gone to the outer sect Disciples Mountain to receive the sect's benefits. Now, many people were talking about the competition. The competition between the new disciples was naturally the focus of many people's attention. If a few peerless geniuses appeared, they would definitely be sought after. Many disciples would think of ways to befriend them. Who knew, they might benefit in the future. Identity Medallion. The deacon in charge of distributing the sect's benefits glanced at the disciple in front of him. Yu Ziong quickly took out his identity medallion. The deacon glanced at it and showed a disdainful expression. TSK, a disciple of the heaven-repairing peak. I really don't understand why the sect would give such trash like you benefits. It's simply a waste of resources. Although the deacon was complaining, he didn't dare to not give the heaven-repairing peak any benefits. The deacon wasn't a big shot in the Blue Cloud sect. Although Yu Ziong was a coward, he was still angry when he heard such mockery. The deacon sneered at Yu Ziong and said disdainfully, "Brat, what are you staring at? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Do you think you're qualified to receive the sect's benefits? Do you believe that I can kill you with one slap?" Yu Ziong clenched his fists tightly. He felt a ball of anger burning in his chest. That ball of anger was about to ignite his entire body, but Yu Ziong endured it in the end. He knew that if he made a move, he would only be humiliating himself. Trash. The deacon threw Yu Ziong's sect benefits and identity medallion on the ground. You're going too far. Yu Ziong shouted angrily. What? Do you want to hit me? The deacon sneered. Yu Ziong's face was ashen. He clenched his teeth and lowered his head to pick up his things. Haha, what a piece of trash. Not only is he a piece of trash, but he's also a coward. Voices filled with mockery rang out one after another. Yu Ziong lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Everyone else thought that he was trash, that he was a coward, but Yu Ziong knew that he was not. He was definitely not a coward. Was his personality really that weak? Yu Ziong felt that his heart was strong. Maybe he should pounce on them and beat them up. But if he was really injured, and even if his cultivation could no longer improve, could his wish still be fulfilled? Yu Ziong could not forget the look in his mother's eyes before she passed away. It was empty, sorrowful, reminiscing, and deeply reluctant to part with him. Mother was chased out by the first madam. Even after she died, she couldn't enter the family graveyard. She could only be buried outside and become a lonely ghost. Yu Ziong told himself over and over again that no matter what kind of grievances or humiliation he suffered outside, he had to endure it. He had to become strong. He had to return to his family. He had to walk in front of his heartless father and ask him why he didn't care about him and his mother. In order to allow his mother to be buried in the family cemetery, Yu Ziong knelt for 10 days and 10 nights, but no one paid attention to him until he fainted. At that time, Yu Ziong realized that he was just an abandoned child of the family. But so what if he was abandoned by his family? So what if his talent was not good? So what if his mother was just an honest and upright official, referring to the prostitutes in the brothel who did not sell their bodies? As long as he was strong enough, he would definitely change his family's mind. His mother's grave would definitely be moved back to the family graveyard. She would not have to suffer in life and become a lonely ghost after death. Yu Ziong stretched out his hand to pick up the bag of spirit stones that had been thrown on the ground. This was something that Yu Ziong dreamed of every month. He knew that his talent was not good enough and that he needed spirit stones to assist his cultivation. But at that moment, a foot stretched out from the crowd and stepped on the spirit stones. Yu Ziong raised his head. He did not recognize the disciple in front of him. He said, "Senior brother, you're stepping on my spirit stones." "I know, but recently, I've reached a critical point in my cultivation. I'm about to break through to the Martial King realm. I need spirit stones. Why don't you give me your spirit stones?" said the tall disciple indifferently. Yang Teng from the Five Elements Peak, a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer, dares to bully people from Butian Peak? Don't underestimate Yang Teng. Even though he's only a cultivator of the 10th celestial layer, his spirit is the ancient ferocious beast, the Swan and I. It's an extremely terrifying spirit. When he breaks through to the Martial King realm, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. It's not impossible for him to catch up later. Ancient ferocious beast, the Swan and I? Fuck, how is that guy so lucky? He actually awakened such a powerful spirit. Some people were discussing among themselves, looking at Yu Ziong with pity in their eyes. No, those are my spirit stones. I also need spirit stones for my cultivation. Yu Ziong shook his head. Hey brother, give me some face. When I break through to the Martial King realm, I'll take care of you, said Yang Teng. Even a ghost wouldn't believe Yang Teng. Yu Ziong obviously didn't believe him either. He said, "Senior brother, I'll be taken care of by the other disciples of Butian Peak. Thank you for your kindness." Yang Teng's face fell. "So you don't want to give me face?" said Yu Ziong. "How could I not give you face? I just want my spirit stones back, that's all." Yang Teng looked extremely cold. "After talking for so long, you still don't want to give me face. Since you don't want to give me face, I don't need to give you face either." With that, Yang Teng raised his leg and kicked Yu Ziong. With a thump, the kick landed on Yu Ziong's body and sent him flying 4 or 5 meters away. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yu Ziong's entire body twitched violently. "I'll ask you one more time. Will you give me those spirit stones?" Yang Teng walked towards Yu Ziong and looked at him coldly. "Those are my spirit stones," said Yu Ziong. gnashing his teeth. He stood up with great difficulty, his skinny body trembling. This little boy is quite stubborn. Is it really necessary to be stubborn for those spirit stones? Some of the disciples frowned slightly. Looking at Yu Zhang's thin and weak body, they actually felt a trace of pity for him. However, that trace of pity was quickly washed away. In the sect, everyone was competing with each other. Survival of the fittest. Who would have the time to pity others? "Little boy, you're courting death," said Yangting gloomily. He raised his right hand and slapped Yu Zhang's face. The slap was about to land on Yu Zhang's face. At that moment, a disciple squeezed through the crowd and grabbed Yangting's wrist. "Little boy, who are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" said Yangting angrily. He didn't know what was good for him. Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you bully a disciple of Butian Peak?" Crack! Lin Feng grabbed Yang Teng's wrist with his right hand, and Lin Feng broke Yang Teng's wrist. Yang Teng gave a horrible shriek. How cruel! He broke Yang Teng's wrist. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 520. Heaven will punish those who are despicable. If heaven doesn't punish you, then I will. Lin Feng looked at Yang Teng, who was screaming miserably. Brat, you dare break my hand? You're dead. I'm telling you, you're dead. I'm a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak. Slap. But Yang Teng's disciple didn't even have time to finish his sentence before Lin Feng slapped him violently. "You dare to slap my face?" Yang Teng shouted in disbelief. Slap. However, Lin Feng's response was still a heavy slap. Slap, 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 slap. Lin Feng didn't stop. He continued to slap Yang Teng's face. What's going on? Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. A disciple of the 5 Elements Peak had his hand crippled by a disciple of the Heaven Repairing Peak, and then slapped his face again and again? If it was a disciple of the Heaven Repairing Peak who was humiliated and beaten like this, everyone could accept it. However, the one being beaten was not a disciple of the Heaven Repairing Peak, but a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak. Since when were the disciples of the Heaven Repairing Peak so daring? How dare they hit a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak? The 5 Elements Peak was ranked 3rd among the 12 sects of Azure Cloud. They were powerful and had many geniuses. Looking at Yang Teng, who had been whipped into a pig's head, the Heaven Mending Peak disciples' eyes lit up. They recognized Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng was a new disciple of the Heaven Repairing Peak this year. However, their understanding of Lin Feng was limited to this. Looking at Yang Teng's swollen face, these Heaven Mending Peak disciples all revealed excited expressions. The Heaven Repairing Peak had been discriminated against for too long. They had been bullied for too long. However, the Heaven Repairing Peak disciples were soon worried about Lin Feng. Although beating Yang Teng like this made them feel good, they had also offended the 5 Elements Peak. Would offending the 5 Elements Peak have a good ending? Scram. Seeing that Yang Teng's consciousness was blurry, Lin Feng kicked Yang Teng's body, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Plop! Yang Teng fell to the ground and started twitching. Looking at the half-dead Yang Teng, the corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. This year's Heaven Mending Peak seemed to be different from the previous years. They actually produced such a savage new disciple. Lin Feng shrugged. "Everybody, you saw that I hit that guy because he thought we were young and easy to bully, so he wanted to attack us. We were just defending ourselves, that's all. If the sect asks, you have to testify for us. I'm sure you won't go against your conscience and lie to us." Many people were speechless. Legitimate self-defense was true, but there was no need to beat Yang Teng half to death for legitimate self-defense, right? "Thank you, senior brother." Yu Zhang looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Looking at Yu Zhang, Lin Feng sighed slightly. He felt that Yu Zhang had a lot on his mind. Among the disciples that joined the Heaven Mending Peak, Yu Zhang was the youngest, only 16 years old. Although his personality was a bit weak, he was very kind. But Yu Zhang's heart was closed, and he had never mentioned his own matters to anyone. "It's good that you're fine." Lin Feng nodded. Yu Zhang bent down to pick up the spirit stones on the ground, but Lin Feng stopped him. Yu Zhang looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, not understanding what he was trying to do. Yu Ziong wanted to say something, but he saw Tian Zhengdao walk over and shake his head slightly. Yu Ziong quickly shut his mouth. Lin Feng pointed at the deacon, who was watching coldly. The deacon was a martial king in the 10th celestial layer, and he was already over 30 years old. His soul power could only be considered average, and he had no hope of breaking through to the yin-yang realm. What's this kid doing? Many disciples looked at Deacon Lin Feng and couldn't help but whisper, "Kid, what are you pointing at?" Zhu Zibo's expression darkened when he saw that a mere general dared to point at him. Zhu Zibo used to be a disciple of the Supreme Peak, but after breaking through to the yin-yang realm, he applied to become a deacon of the sect. After passing a series of tests, he finally got what he wanted and became a deacon of the outer sect. "Were you the one who threw those things?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. Zhu Zibo was slightly taken aback, but then he sneered and said, "That's right, I threw them. Come over here and pick them up. Apologize to my junior brother, and we'll forget about what happened today. If you don't do as I say, I'd like to see if you can keep your position as a deacon." Lin Feng sneered. "You dare threaten me? You're just a piece of trash from Heaven Mending Peak, and you dare threaten me? Kid, did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" Zhu Zibo was furious when he heard Lin Feng's words. He was a dignified deacon of an outer sect disciples' peak, and yet he was being threatened by a general from Heaven Mending Peak. In Zhu Zibo's eyes, this was a great humiliation. The surrounding disciples were also dumbfounded. Many people were dumbfounded. Was this kid crazy? He actually dared to threaten an outer sect disciples deacon? Motherf asterisk Kerr, can an outer sect disciples deacon just casually throw away a disciple's benefits? Can he just casually humiliate a disciple? Lin Feng cursed loudly. Some people just didn't want to give face to others. Cursing this bastard was letting him off easy. If Zhu Zibo hadn't been an outer sect deacon, he would have suffered the same fate as Yang Teng. You. How dare you insult a deacon? Are you still a disciple of the sect?" Zhu Zibo's face was ashen. He was usually high and mighty, and everyone tried to curry favor with him. Who dared to insult him? But today, someone dared to point at him and curse him. Zhu Zibo wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. "That's right, I'm insulting you. As a deacon of the sect, you're supposed to serve the sect's disciples, but you're acting all high and mighty in front of them. If word of this gets out, the Blue Cloud sect's reputation will be ruined because of you." Lin Feng sneered. When he heard Lin Feng's words, Zhu Zibo's expression changed drastically. Even though he knew that Lin Feng was just trying to scare him, it still sounded too frightening. "I just need to report this matter to the higher-ups and see if the Blue Cloud sect will still allow a deacon like you to stay in the Blue Cloud sect," Lin Feng continued. At that moment, Zhu Zibo's face had already turned pale. This was what it meant to kill someone's heart. Many people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. None of them had thought that it would turn out like this. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng would definitely be taught a lesson by Zhu Zibo, but Lin Feng had the moral high ground. No matter how much Zhu Zibo struggled, he had no choice but to submit. "Why aren't you picking up your things and apologizing to my junior brother? Do you want me to repeat myself?" Lin Feng glared coldly at Zhu Zibo. Zhu Zibo's expression was gloomy, but he knew that he could only suffer in silence. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then walked over and bent down to pick up the spirit stones on the ground. Zhu Zibo's heart was trembling, and it felt like it was dripping blood. He roared hysterically in his heart, wanting nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But Zhu Zibo knew that he could only endure it. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Zhu Zibo gritted his teeth. Yu Ziong was stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening. Zhu Zibo, the deacon who had humiliated him in every possible way, was now so frightened by Lin Feng that his face turned pale and he even had to apologize. "You can scram now." Lin Feng glanced indifferently at Zhu Zibo. He had already offended him, so there was no need to say anything nice. "Oomph." Zhu Zibo glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then hurriedly left. He couldn't stay here any longer. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the crowd. "Zhengdao, let's go. We'll come back tomorrow to collect the sect's benefits." Tian Zhengdao nodded, then walked out with Lin Feng and Yu Ziong. "Stop right there, kid. A dozen disciples appeared and blocked Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and Yu Xiang's path. Chapter 521. It's the Five Elements Peak, someone exclaimed when they saw the dozen or so disciples blocking Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, and Yu Xiang. Lin Feng had just beaten up Yang Tang of the Five Elements Peak so miserably. This was simply a slap to the Five Elements Peak's face. Sure enough, people from the Five Elements Peak immediately appeared. These dozen or so disciples were all outer disciples. Although their cultivation wasn't very high, 7 or 8 of them were martial kings. The rest who hadn't broken through to martial king were mostly peak martial generals. They were full of energy and looked like they were about to break through. The composition of the Blue Cloud sect's disciples was extremely complicated. Generally, it was divided into the following categories. First, the descendants, relatives, and family members of the sect's experts. It was said that those who had reached the deacon level would have a quota every year for their family members to enter the Blue Cloud sect to cultivate. These people had different talents and strengths. Second, some of the factions affiliated with the Blue Cloud sect. For example, some countries and sects were affiliated with the Blue Cloud sect and shared both honor and disgrace. They would also pay tribute to the Blue Cloud sect every year. Therefore, these factions also had a quota to send their disciples to the Blue Cloud sect to be nurtured. Third, disciples who passed the test to enter the Blue Cloud sect. The third method was the true way to select geniuses. Because the first and second types of disciples entered the Blue Cloud sect through nepotism, it was hard to guarantee how talented these people were. However, those who passed the test to enter were mostly people with shocking talent. However, among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Blue Cloud sect, very few disciples passed the test to enter. They only accounted for about 10%. However, the disciples who passed the test to enter the Blue Cloud sect were also the most valued disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. The people who blocked Lin Feng and the others were obviously senior disciples. Their cultivation wasn't very strong and should belong to the first or second type of disciples who entered the Blue Cloud sect. What's the matter? Lin Feng glanced at the people in front of him indifferently. Among the dozen or so Five Elements Peak disciples, the strongest one was a third firmament martial king called Xue Zimo. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Boy, you want to leave after beating up our Five Elements Peak's Yangting so badly? Do you think there's such a good thing?" As expected, the disciples of the Five Elements Peak won't give up. Those brats from Heaven Mending Peak are just unlucky. Heaven Mending Peak isn't some powerful mountain. Everyone who sees it will step on it. Even those who are cautious can be trampled on, let alone now. Many disciples shook their heads repeatedly as they felt that Lin Feng's group would definitely be dealt with miserably by the disciples of the Five Elements Peak today. Fight, 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 and fight. So what? Before Lin Feng could say anything, Tian Zhongdao had already taken the initiative to shout. He was also holding back his anger. After joining Heaven Mending Peak, he had been mocked and ridiculed every day. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many rules in the sect, he would have already beaten them up. Humph, beating up my Five Elements Peak won't end so easily. I can see that you're new disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, so I'll give the Heaven Mending Peak some face. Kneel on the ground and apologize, cripple one of your arms, and I'll let today's matter go. Otherwise, get lost, Motherf ****. Before Xue Zimo could finish speaking, Tian Zhongdao had already raised his foot and kicked Xue Zimo. With a loud bang, Xue Zimo was sent flying by Tian Zhongdao's kick. Plop. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Nobody had thought that Tian Zhongdao would suddenly kick Xue Zimo. Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his nose. Since he had already done it, what was he waiting for? He went up and kicked the second Five Elements Peak disciple, sending him flying. When Yu Xiang saw that his two seniors had attacked, he clenched his teeth. Before the other Five Elements Peak disciples could react, he also rushed forward and kicked one of them. Awesome. Too awesome. Yu Xiang had never felt so good before. The little devil that had been imprisoned in his heart seemed to have been released at that moment. Yu Xiang had been suppressed for too many years. He roared and rushed towards the second person. At that moment, the other Five Elements Peak disciples also reacted. They all roared, F***ck. The trash from the heaven-mending peak dares to attack our five elements peak? Let's teach these brats a lesson. Who? Who's afraid of who? Tian Zhongdao shouted. The two sides immediately began to fight. Have the heaven-mending peak disciples gone crazy? Many of the onlooking disciples were dumbfounded by this scene. Within the crowd, a heaven-mending peak disciple called Wang Hu, who had quite a bit of prestige within the heaven-mending peak, shouted loudly, "Brothers, we can't just watch the brothers of the heaven-mending peak get bullied. Everyone, go and kill these five elements peak bastards." Wang Hu rushed out of the crowd and joined the battle. The heaven-mending peak disciples had seen Lin Feng beat up Yang Ting, and then forced Zhu Zibo to apologize to the heaven-mending peak disciples with just a few words. They were all secretly delighted, and their already cold blood seemed to be boiling. At that moment, all of them roared. Dozens of heaven-mending peak disciples rushed forward and surrounded the five elements peak disciples, punching and kicking them. "Spare me!" The five elements peak disciples screamed. Heavens, are these really the same trash from the heaven-mending peak disciples? The disciples from the other peaks couldn't believe what they were seeing. In their memories, the heaven-mending peak disciples didn't dare fight back when they were bullied. They could only passively endure. But now, they saw that the heaven-mending peak disciples' eyes were bloodshot, as if they were ferocious beasts. Many of them were terrified. The five elements peak disciples who had wanted to join the battle saw that the heaven-mending peak disciples had gone crazy, and many of them quickly retreated back into the crowd. "Stop!" A cold shout resounded as dozens of five elements peaks disciples rushed out. The person in the lead was none other than the proud son of heaven. Sikong Mo. Sikong Mo's talent was astonishing, and he had been accepted as a disciple by the five elements peak's great elder. Many people were optimistic about his future, so even though he had just joined the five elements peak, he was already quite famous among the disciples. Lin Feng and the heaven-mending peak disciples stopped. "What? You want to bully us with numbers? Don't think that the heaven-mending peak disciples are afraid of you. Even though we don't have many disciples, we can still fight back in self-defense," shouted Lin Feng. F***CK. Isn't this guy too shameless? Just now, more than 30 heaven-mending peak disciples were ganging up on the five elements peak disciples, and this guy is saying that it was self-defense? Now that so many five elements peak disciples have come, he's making himself sound so pitiful. Many people rolled their eyes. If they hadn't seen what had happened with their own eyes, they would have chosen to believe Lin Feng. But now, they just wanted to tell Lin Feng that he couldn't be so shameless. When Sikong Mo and the others saw that the five elements peak disciples had been beaten half to death and heard what Lin Feng had said, their faces darkened. "What are you doing?" A cold shout resounded. The conflict here even alarmed the Grand Elder of the mountain peak, Zhang Quan, as he asked with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng pointed at Sikong Mo and looked at Great Elder Zhang Quan. He complained, "Great Elder, Sikong Mo and the other five elements peak disciples wanted to steal our spirit stones. We didn't give them to them, so they led a group of people to beat us up. What a five elements peak! A mere outer disciple dares to cause trouble here?" Great Elder Zhang Quan's face fell when he heard Lin Feng's words. Sikong Mo opened his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Great Elder Zhang Quan. He said coldly, "Disperse now, or don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." Sikong Mo and the other five elements peak disciples were so depressed that they felt like vomiting blood. Their disciples had been beaten half to death, but now they were being slandered. But when they thought about it, it was normal. If they hadn't seen what had just happened, who would have believed that the five elements peak disciples had been beaten up by the Tianming peak disciples? The five elements peak disciples had been beaten half to death? Great Elder Zhang Quan didn't believe that such a thing had happened. "Yes," replied Sikong Mo and the others hastily. Great Elder Zhang Quan glanced coldly at the five elements peak disciples, then turned around and left. "Lin Feng." Sikong Mo gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Sikong Mo indifferently and said, "Why did you call me that?" The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Was that kid courting death? The competition between the new disciples was about to start. How dare he provoke Sikong Mo like that? If he met Sikong Mo during the competition, he would be tortured to death. Thinking about that, Many people had the impression that Lin Feng hadn't made Sikong Mo angry. Sikong Mo's lips curved in a cold smile. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Little brat, I have to say that you have infuriated me, but I won't attack you now. The competition is about to start. You better pray that you don't meet me during the competition. If you meet me during the competition, I will crush you like a bug under my feet. I will let you know how stupid your actions today were." "I'll be waiting," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Let's go." Sikong Mo turned around and left gloomily. The Tianming Peak disciples also left quickly, but many people were talking about the disciples of the Tianming Peak. Junior brother Lin really made the Tianming Peak proud today. On the way back, Wang Hu's face was filled with excitement. The other disciples of the Tianming Peak were also flushed with excitement. They had been in the Tianming Peak for so many years. For the first time, they felt what was called dignity. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not that I made the Tianming Peak proud. It's that you all fought for yourselves. Did you see that? When we beat up those arrogant disciples of the Five Elements Peak, they still kneeled on the ground and begged us to let them go. Therefore, there is nothing special about the other peaks. Our Tianming Peak is not worse than the other peaks." That's right, our Tianming Peak is not worse than the other peaks. Many disciples shouted in unison. Wang Hu looked at the excited disciples of the Tianming Peak and suddenly felt like crying. How many years had it been? Wang Hu realized that this was the first time that the disciples of the Tianming Peak had been so united. It was the first time that they had fought against the disciples of the other peaks. It was the first time that they had felt dignity because they were disciples of the Tianming Peak. Wang Hu hoped that this would not be the last time, but he knew that this was an extravagant hope. The disciples of the Tianming Peak would still be humiliated, ridiculed, and bullied by the disciples of the other peaks. They would still live without dignity. This kind of situation could not be changed. Chapter 522. When the day of the competition arrived, the entire Blue Cloud sect was very lively. This was because there was no lack of geniuses among the disciples who joined the Blue Cloud sect this time. For example, Li Mengjie, who was chosen by the Supreme Peak, had the Sea Rising Moon martial soul, which was extremely rare. She could be called a peerless genius. Another example was the Yang Realm disciple who was chosen by the Beheading Peak. His three-headed giant spirit martial soul had the most violent power. There were also the Shui brothers, who had the Lightning martial soul and the Lightning martial soul respectively. Sikong Mo had the 3,000-week water martial soul. Yu Zige had the rain martial soul, and so on. This batch of new disciples could be said to be full of geniuses. It was precisely because of the large number of geniuses that the Blue Cloud sect was looking forward to it. These disciples naturally wanted to compete. The better the results, the more attention they would receive from the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. Early in the morning, Elder Qiao Yunqiu woke up early. Elder Qiao Yunqiu simply tidied up. She took a deep breath and tried her best to maintain a calm heart. Over the years, she had experienced too many scenes like today. The first time a disciple was defeated and eliminated. Disappointment after disappointment, heartache after heartache. She heard countless mockery. She felt countless gazes of contempt. But Qiao Yunqiu knew that she still had to pretend to be optimistic. She didn't want the disciples of the Heaven Mending Peak to see their pillar collapse because of this. Even if Qiao Yunqiu really felt tired these years, there was so much pressure that she almost couldn't breathe. But she knew that she had to persevere. The Peak Master was injured, and his injuries were very serious. Most of the time, he was at the threshold of life and death. She didn't know if he could survive. And the Heaven Mending Peak only had one elder, Qiao Yunqiu. Qiao Yunqiu silently guarded the Heaven Mending Peak. So Qiao Yunqiu knew that she had to set an example. She told herself that she was the pillar of support for the Heaven Mending Peak disciples. She couldn't fall. Even late at night, Qiao Yunqiu would lie weakly on the bed and ask herself why she persevered for so many years. Why didn't she leave the Blue Cloud sect? Leave the Heaven Mending Peak? With his cultivation, he could live a very dignified life. But every time this happened, Qiao Yunqiu would remember a few decades ago when she was still a little girl and almost froze to death in the cold winter. It was the old Peak Master who pitied her and brought her to Heaven Mending Peak. Qiao Yunqiu's talent was not good, and she wanted to give up on cultivation. It was Si Butian who encouraged her when she was young. For the sake of the old peak master, for the sake of junior brother Mending Tian, he also had to protect the Heaven Mending Peak. When Xiao Yunxiu walked out of her room and arrived at the Heaven Mending Peak's main hall, Lin Feng and the others were already waiting for her. Elder. Seeing Xiao Yunxiu's arrival, Lin Feng and the rest hurriedly saluted. Xiao Yunxiu forced a smile and said, "Don't be so courteous. We'll be going to the Central Plaza to participate in the competition. Everyone just needs to do their best. The competition is meant to test your strength. Even if we lose, we'll learn from our experiences and work hard to cultivate. Next time, don't take the results to heart." Yes, Lin Feng and the others replied. Xiao Yunxiu nodded. Let's go. Lin Feng and the other 8 disciples followed Xiao Yunxiu to the Central Plaza. The Central Plaza was located in the middle of the mountain range. It was a huge plaza that could hold tens of thousands of people. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, the plaza was already packed with disciples, attendants, and even elders from the various peaks. The Heaven Mending Peak's people are here. Piffed. Heaven Mending Peak only has 9 disciples this year. Last year, there were at least 20. The new disciples all ran away. I heard that there were only 10 people left, but the competition is about to start. Another one ran away, so there are only 9 left. Tisk tsk, even if there are 9 people, they'll only be able to survive 1 round. Heaven Mending Peak only exists in name now. I heard that the Peak Lord of Heaven Mending Peak came out of seclusion and left. I wonder what he's doing. He's been injured for so many years. Could it be that he feels his time is up? Is that why he's looking for a place to pass away? Don't talk nonsense. We're just disciples. We shouldn't talk about the higher-ups of the sect. Haha, you're right. No matter how weak Si Butian is, he's still a peak lord of one of the 12 peaks. Many people were talking about him. Lin Feng could hear a lot of voices. Even though it was chaotic, he could also hear some mocking and disdainful voices. What a tragedy. In the past, when Heaven Mending Peak had been strong, so many people had tried to join it. Now, Heaven Mending Peak had declined, but the other disciples were still looking down on them. Look, the 5 Elements Peak is here. The Executioner Peak is here too. The new disciples from the other peaks also arrived one after another under the leadership of their respective peaks, causing many exclamations of surprise. Everybody was talking about the geniuses of the other peaks. When all the disciples of the 12 peaks arrived, more than 10 elders flew over and landed on the central arena. They were the higher-ups of the sect. Great Elder Zhang Quan was in charge of the competition. The first place winner of the competition will receive a top-quality spirit stone, a top-quality spirit weapon, and an ancient incantation. At the same time, the winner will receive 1,000,000 low-quality spirit stones and all kinds of medicinal pills, including healing pills, cultivation pills, and 16 other types of medicinal pills. Each type of pill will be rewarded with 2,000 pills. Great Elder Zhang Quan first announced the rewards for the first place winner of the competition. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The spirit weapon, incantation, and rewards for the peak were the same as the previous years. There was nothing strange about it. The key was that the first place winner this year was actually rewarded with a top-quality spirit stone. This was too precious, because a spirit mine could only produce a few top-quality spirit stones. Sometimes, a spirit mine could not even produce a single top-quality spirit stone. Ordinary people would not be able to see a top-quality spirit stone at all. Top-quality spirit stone. Lin Feng was also very surprised. He had many high-level spirit stones, but he had never seen a top-quality spirit stone. The preciousness of a top-quality spirit stone was unimaginable. If one used a top-quality spirit stone to cultivate, one's cultivation would immediately skyrocket. This sect was really putting in a lot of effort. Then, Great Elder Zhang Quan announced the rewards for the top 10. Of course, it was much worse than the first place. He also mentioned some rules of the competition. Then, the competition officially began. The first round of the competition, the first match, Supreme Peaks Fong Yin versus Heaven Mending Peaks Li Qishuan. The Great Elder in charge said, "Whoosh." Fong Yin leaped out and landed on the arena. Fong Yin was about 20 years old. He was slender and very handsome. His cultivation was at the fourth firmament of the martial king realm. When he heard great elder Zhang Quan announce his name, Li Qishuan's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and also went up to the arena. Li Qishuan had the highest cultivation among the 9 disciples of Heaven Mending Peak. Like Fang Yin, he was also at the fourth firmament of the martial king realm. He was also the Heaven Mending Peak disciple that Xiao Yunxiu thought was most likely to advance to the second round. At this moment, when she saw Li Qishuan enter the arena, she hoped that Li Qishuan could create a miracle and defeat Supreme Peak's Fang Yin. She hoped that he could advance to the second round and regain some face for Heaven Mending Peak. Elder Xiao Yunxiu clenched her fists tightly. It was obvious that she was very nervous at this moment. Chapter 523. Begin. Grand Elder Zhang Quan shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Yin and Li Qishuan both moved. The two of them charged at each other. Fang Yin raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched Li Qishuan. Li Qishuan also punched Fang Yin. Just as their fists were about to collide, Fang Yin suddenly moved to the left. Fang Yin's previous attack was just a feint. Danger, danger, danger. Tian Zhongdao's expression changed slightly. At that moment, Fang Yin arrived behind Li Qishuan. Li Qishuan's expression changed drastically, and he tried to dodge. But it was too late. Fang Yin's palm landed on Li Qishuan's back, and he was sent flying. There was a thump. Li Qishuan fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. They're at the same cultivation level, but the difference is so big. The disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak are still as useless as before. Many disciples curled their lips. Li Qishuan has too little battle experience. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. It wasn't just battle experience. Lin Feng felt that Li Qishuan's aura was also very weak. Defeated. Elder Xiao Yunxiu, who was originally a little tense, sighed, and her body went limp. She had hoped that Li Qishuan would be able to break through, but she hadn't expected him to be defeated in such a way. It was deathly pale. Perhaps this is the fate of Heaven Repairing Peak. Elder Xiao Yunxiu sighed inwardly. I admit it. Fang Yin cupped his fists and jumped down from the arena. Li Qishuan walked down dejectedly. He really wanted to win, but Li Qishuan didn't know why. But after he went up, his mind went blank and his body stiffened. Had he become a laughingstock? He didn't know if his fellow disciples would laugh at him. They were at the same cultivation level, but he was defeated in 2 moves. His fellow disciples would laugh at him too, right? Li Qishuan suddenly realized that someone was hugging him. He looked up and saw that it was Lin Feng. He didn't know much about Lin Feng, but he had heard that Lin Feng had stood up for Yu Ziong and clashed with the disciples of 5 Elements Peak. Li Qishuan had a good impression of Lin Feng. Don't lose heart. The path to becoming a powerhouse was destined to be very difficult. What we need to do is to never give up. If we give up on ourselves, who will care about us? Li Qishuan was stunned. He didn't expect someone to comfort him. Looking at Lin Feng's young but determined face, Li Qishuan clenched his fists. That's right. I can't give up. I can't look down on myself. If I look down on myself, who will look up to me? Li Qishuan's eyes became resolute. The competition continued. One by one, the names of the disciples were called out, and they went up to the arena to fight. The Alchemy Peak and the Spiritual Array Peak were rather special. They recruited very few disciples each time, and they focused on nurturing their disciples. Therefore, he did not participate in this competition. It was mainly the fights between the disciples of the other 10 mountain peaks. The disciples of the Heaven Mending Peak went up the stage one after another, but the results were as expected. One by one, the disciples of the Heaven Mending Peak were defeated. When it was Yu Ziang's turn, Yu Ziang's performance surprised Lin Feng. Although he wasn't a match for his opponent, Yu Ziang did not give up so easily. He rushed up again and again to fight with his opponent. In the end, he was exhausted and defeated. Even the disciples of the Heaven Mending Peak were very surprised. Was this still the cowardly Yu Ziang? Senior brother. Yu Ziang walked down and looked at Lin Feng with regret. You did very well, Lin Feng said with a smile. Not long after, the second martial king from the Heaven Mending Peak, Song Chuxia, also went up the stage. However, She was defeated after a dozen rounds. Boo, heaven-mending peak. Looks like the situation is not good, Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded. Because there weren't many people from Butian Mountain, only a third of the time had passed. 7 of the 9 disciples from Butian Mountain had already participated, but all of them had failed. Only Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were left. However, it was obvious that Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were not optimistic either. Lin Feng noticed that Elder Qiao Yunxio's aura was somewhat dispirited, and he sighed in his heart. Lin Feng admired Elder Qiao Yunxio. For so many years, when the Peak Master was injured, Elder Qiao Yunxio had been the only one who had bitterly supported him. She could have left. She wouldn't have had to suffer so much ridicule and humiliation, but she had persevered. All these years, Elder Qiao Yunxio must have had a hard time. Beheading Peaks Wu Xiang versus Heaven-Mending Peaks Lin Feng. At this moment, Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. The new disciple duel was out. A slender and extremely handsome disciple flew out from the Beheading Peaks side. This person was Beheading Peaks Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang's martial spirit was a rock giant martial spirit. This kind of martial spirit made Wu Xiang's body far stronger than an ordinary person's. His strength and speed could be said to be outstanding among his peers. He was also a disciple that the Beheading Peak thought highly of. When he saw Lin Feng get on the stage, a disdainful expression appeared on Wu Xiang's face. In his opinion, he could easily crush a disciple of the Heaven-Mending Peak. That little brat met Wu Xiang in the first round. His luck isn't bad. If he meets a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak, we'll teach him a lesson, said a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak coldly. Xikong Mo also felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to meet Lin Feng and teach him a lesson. He wanted to humiliate Lin Feng, but it seemed that he wouldn't have the opportunity to do so. Wu Xiang has a rock giant martial spirit. Even though he's only at the first celestial layer, his physical body is comparable to a peak martial king. Moreover, his speed is extremely terrifying. That little brat from the Heaven-Mending Peak is only at the 9th celestial layer. He probably won't be able to withstand a single attack from Wu Xiang. Indeed, there's a huge disparity between the two of them. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Senior brother Lin is in danger. Yu Ziong and the others couldn't help but sigh. In the Heaven-Mending Peak, the atmosphere was also filled with despair. Xiao Yunxiu sighed and lowered his head. He didn't want to see Lin Feng being defeated by Wu Xiang in a single attack. Little brat, I only need 1 attack to defeat you, said Wu Xiang disdainfully while looking at Lin Feng. Swish. Everybody saw Wu Xiang move. Originally, Wu Xiang and Lin Feng were 20 meters apart, but Wu Xiang was too fast. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. That little brat from the Heaven-Mending Peak is doomed. Many people were astonished. Wu Xiang's punch was about to hit Lin Feng, but at that moment, everybody saw that Lin Feng had moved slightly to the left. Then, Wu Xiang's punch brushed past Lin Feng's body. It didn't touch Lin Feng at all. Bang! Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at Wu Xiang's abdomen. Oh! Wu Xiang gave a horrible shriek. He clutched his abdomen and fell to the ground. Because of the pain, his body was curled up like a prawn. His whole body was twitching violently. In a flash, the crowd became absolutely silent. Chapter 524. Elder Qiao Yunxio kept her head lowered as she listened to the discussions of the surrounding disciples. She sighed inwardly, knowing that Lin Feng was no match for Wu Xiang. Today, Elder Qiao Yunxio had already seen too many disciples of Mending Tian Peak suffer crushing defeats. Her seemingly strong exterior was already riddled with scars. She really couldn't bear to see Lin Feng suffer such a crushing defeat. But at that moment, Elder Qiao Yunxio suddenly realized that the originally noisy square had become absolutely silent. Elder Qiao Yunxio couldn't help but think sorrowfully. Has Lin Feng been defeated? When she raised her head to look at the stage, Elder Qiao Yunxio's eyes widened. Lin Feng was standing on the stage with a faint smile, while the powerful Wu Xiang was lying on the ground, his body twitching violently. It was obvious that he no longer had the strength to fight. What had happened? What had she missed? Damn, isn't that kid's luck too good? Yeah, That kid was scared silly just now, right? He staggered as he dodged Wu Xiang's attack. He was actually lucky enough to dodge it, and then his punch landed on Wu Xiang's body. Isn't Wu Xiang too unlucky? Very quickly, the sound of discussion that shook the heavens rang out. No one believed that Lin Feng had defeated Wu Xiang with his own strength. They all believed that Lin Feng had just been lucky. Heaven-mending Peak's disciple Lin Feng has advanced. Grand Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. Only then did Elder Qiao Yunqiu recover from her shock. Everything was actually true. Heaven-mending Peak's disciple, Lin Feng, had defeated Wu Xiang and advanced to the second round. Elder Qiao Yunqiu was so excited that her hands were trembling slightly. She had even forgotten the last time a Heaven-mending Peak disciple had advanced to the second round. The disciples of the Heaven-mending Peak let out thunderous cheers. Everyone's faces were filled with pleasant surprise. Lin Feng jumped off the stage. Elder Qiao Yunqiu walked over and nodded excitedly. Good job. Rest well and prepare for the second round. Okay, Lin Feng nodded. The first round of the competition continued. After about 10 rounds, it was Tanaka's turn to take the stage. Tian Zhongdao's opponent was Supreme Peak's disciple, Lu Fei. Lu Fei was a disciple of the third heaven of the Martial King realm, the same cultivation as Tian Zhongdao. Whoosh! Lu Fei made his move and headed straight for Tian Zhongdao. Lu Fei's speed was very fast. He arrived in front of Tian Zhongdao in an instant and punched towards Tian Zhongdao. Everyone saw 9 shadows of fists appearing and blasting towards Tian Zhongdao. This is the 9 killing fist. He punched out, condensing 9 killing fists. It's a powerful secret technique passed down in the Blue Cloud sect. Lu Fei has only been in the Blue Cloud sect for 3 months, but he's already learned the 9 killing fist. His talent is really amazing. That's right, that disciple from the Heaven Repairing Peak will definitely lose. Many people were discussing and felt that the outcome of this battle was already decided. Wait. Just as Lu Fei's powerful attack was about to land on Tian Zhongdao's body, Tian Zhongdao suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "What the F***, CK? Are you serious? He's surrendering without even fighting?" As expected of a genius disciple from the Heaven Repairing Peak, many people were mocking and ridiculing Tian Zhongdao. The few hundred people from the Heaven Repairing Peak had ugly expressions on their faces. Xiao Yunqiu just sighed. She could understand Tian Zhongdao's actions. Maybe he didn't want to put up a meaningless fight. Even though Tian Zhongdao surrendering was humiliating for the Heaven Repairing Peak, Xiao Yunqiu didn't blame Tian Zhongdao. The Heaven Repairing Peak was supposed to protect the new disciples, but it couldn't protect them from the wind and rain. Haha, you know your place. You know you can't defeat me, so you raised your hands and surrendered. Lu Fei stopped punching and laughed in an incomparably proud manner. Who would have thought that Tian Zhongdao would punch him? Bang! His powerful punch landed on Lu Fei's head. Lu Fei screamed as he fell to the ground and fainted. What's going on? Everyone was dumbstruck. Didn't that guy just surrender? Why did he suddenly make a move and knock Lu Fei out with a punch? This guy. Lin Feng chuckled. Tian Zhongdao's personality was quite fitting. Bastard, you're despicable. Why did you attack when you already surrendered? Asked a Zhiyang Peak disciple angrily. Tian Zhongdao was very excited after defeating Lu Fei, so he stopped stuttering and said, "I only said wait, I didn't say I was surrendering." "Then why did you raise your hands?" Asked a Zhiyang Peak disciple with a gloomy expression. "You can't control what other people do. Besides, what's wrong with raising my hands? I just wanted to scratch an itch." After saying that, Tian Zhongdao scratched his right hand with his left hand. Damn, how shameless, how shameless. Many people pointed their middle fingers at Tian Zhongdao. They felt that Lu Fei had been defeated unjustly. The people of Zhiyang Peak were so angry that their faces turned ashen, but they could only suffer in silence. Tian Zhongdao from the Heaven Repairing Peak wins. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. "Little brat, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." The Heaven-mending Peak disciple who questioned Tian Zhongdao said coldly, "That's one gone, right? I heard that he's a 3rd celestial layer martial king, but his spirit is a fire spirit. Once he uses his spirit, He can burn the world with a sea of fire. It's terrifying, whispered a disciple. That's right, it's Wang Gong. He's one of the geniuses this year. There's a good show to watch. If that little brat from the heaven-repairing peak meets Wang Gong, it'll be very interesting. Many people were discussing. Tian Zhongdao jumped off the stage. Xiao Yunxia was very happy. Even though she also thought that Tian Zhongdao had won because of a trick, a win was a win. The competition was about the results. It wasn't about the process. Congratulations, Brother Tian. Yu Ziong and the others came forward to congratulate him. You're welcome. Tian Zhongdao cupped his fists. Very quickly, the first round of the competition ended and the second round continued. Second round, first battle, Lin Feng from the heaven-repairing peak against Shan Yuxuan from the Zhizun peak. The voice of the great elder rang out. Huh, I'm the first one? Lin Feng frowned and jumped onto the stage. A disciple in cyan clothes also came out from the Zhizun peak. The Zhizun peak was the first peak of the Qingyun sect, so the disciples chosen by the Zhizun peak were all extremely talented. Shan Yuxuan was one of the best. Shan Yuxuan practiced the rain of sword techniques. His pure qi was as sharp as a sword. Once he used it, it was extremely powerful. Haha, little brat, your luck has run out, said Shan Yuxuan while laughing. He walked towards Lin Feng. Everybody was looking at the battle stage, including the elder of the godly soul peak, Wan Hongyun. She wanted to choose Lin Feng, but she thought that Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low, so she gave up on Lin Feng. In the first round, Wan Hongyun had thought that Lin Feng would lose. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would win. Now that she saw Lin Feng fight again, she couldn't help but look at the battle stage. Xiao Yunxiu also looked at the battle stage. Her hands were shaking. She was very nervous. Even though she knew that Lin Feng's chances of winning against Shan Yuxuan were very small, she still hoped that there would be a miracle. Rain of sword techniques, shouted Shan Yuxuan in a deep voice. He used the rain of sword techniques. Dense raindrops appeared in the sky and turned into sword qi which shot towards Lin Feng. In a flash, they surrounded Lin Feng. That little brat is finished. Many disciples cried out in alarm. Shan Yuxuan's endless rain sword art was indeed quite unique. He didn't use a sword. Of course, those raindrops weren't real raindrops. They were condensed from pure qi. The true qi condensed into the shape of rainwater and transformed into sword qi. That was the rain of sword techniques. Obviously, Shan Yuxuan was very cautious. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Feng again. He wanted to use his strongest attack to defeat Lin Feng in a flash. When they saw Shan Yuxuan's rain of sword techniques, everybody knew that Lin Feng would definitely lose. There was simply no way to dodge the densely packed sword qi. Sigh, sighed Elder Xiao Qiu, said Xiao Yunxiu while sighing. Even though he had already predicted the result, he still hoped for a miracle. It seemed like a miracle wouldn't happen. Xiao Yunxiu just hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't get injured. It seems like he's going to lose, said Elder Wan Hongyun while shaking her head. Immediately after, she stopped paying attention to Lin Feng. She was just looking at the battle that was about to end. Let's end this, said Shan Yuxuan with a faint smile on his face. That terrifyingly powerful punch had already smashed down. All right. Lin Feng stepped forwards and threw a punch. Is that little brat crazy? He wants to use his fists to block Shan Yuxuan's attack? Many people cried out in alarm. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, don't resist. Xiao Yunxiu's expression changed drastically. If Lin Feng resisted that attack, he would definitely be injured. But it was too late for her to stop Lin Feng. That little brat is just courting death, said Sikong Imo with a cold smile. Many people were looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. That little brat wasn't only talented, but he was also stupid. At that moment, everyone saw Lin Feng using his iron fists to attack Shan Yuxuan. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Feng punched Shan Yuxuan's sword qi, which was condensed from pure qi, and broke it apart. The power of the punch didn't decrease as it continued to fly towards Shan Yuxuan. No, that's impossible, shouted Shan Yuxuan in disbelief. He quickly retreated, trying to dodge Lin Feng's punch. But he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't dodge it. In the next moment, Shan Yuxuan felt a huge force ruthlessly hit his abdomen. He almost fainted from the pain. Shan Yuxuan gave a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale. Because of the pain, his body was slightly twitching. The crowd that had been venting their anger calmed down at that moment. Shan Yuxuan. He was a genius amongst the new disciples. He had been defeated in one move. Chapter 525. Shan Yuxuan lost. That kid's physical body is too strong. He actually destroyed Shan Yuxuan's Zhanqi sword with one punch. Monstrous. He defeated Shan Yuxuan with just his physical body. He didn't even use a single move. Shit. Is that kid using some kind of secret technique to hide his cultivation level? Why didn't the other peaks choose such an amazing person? Heaven Repairing Peak is really lucky. They actually picked up such an amazing person. The entire plaza was in an uproar. In the first round, Lin Feng had defeated Wu Xiang with one punch. Perhaps Lin Feng had been lucky. But what about the second round? Lin Feng had completely crushed Shan Yuxuan. Shan Yuxuan was much stronger than Wu Xiang. Xiao Yunqiu was pleasantly surprised. She had thought that Lin Feng would lose miserably. But now, Lin Feng had defeated Shan Yuxuan with one punch. That was a huge surprise. How is this possible? When Hongyun suddenly stood up, her breathing was ragged. Her huge breasts were moving up and down. She looked very alluring. When Hongyun hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so strong, she had wanted to choose him. When Hongyun's intuition told her that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person, but Lin Feng's cultivation level had made her give up on Lin Feng. Now, when Hongyun realized that she had missed out on such an amazing genius, she couldn't help but feel regret. If she had chosen Lin Feng, he would have been a disciple of Divine Soul Peak. Junior brother Lin is mighty. The disciples of Heaven Repairing Peak shouted excitedly when they saw that Lin Feng had defeated Shan Yuxuan in one move. They had been too sullen. They had been looked down upon. They had been bullied. And now, a genius had finally appeared in the Heaven Mending Peak. A true genius. When the surrounding disciples saw the Heaven Mending Peak disciples celebrating, they wanted to mock them, but in the end, they didn't know how to mock them. This was because the shock that Lin Feng had brought to them had yet to dissipate. Whoosh! Lin Feng jumped off the stage. Elder, I was lucky enough to win the second round. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Elder Xiao Yunqiu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. She was truly moved. A genius disciple had finally appeared in the Heaven Mending Peak. She patted Lin Feng's shoulder and nodded slightly. Tian Zhongdao and the others gathered around to congratulate Lin Feng on his victory. The competition continued. Then, the disciples of the various peaks continued to make their appearance. As the competition progressed, the battles became more and more intense. Geniuses emerged from the various mountain peaks. Many battles were exceptionally intense. For example, the number 1 geniuses from the Supreme Peak and the Executioner Peak, Li Mengjie, Yang Jian, Sikong Imo, the Wang brothers, and the others were exceptionally powerful. They were able to defeat their opponents with ease. Heaven Mending Peak disciple Tian Zhongdao versus Utmost Yang Peak disciple Wang Gan. At this moment, Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. Wang Gan was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. He leaped out and landed on the stage. They actually drew these two together. Many people were excited. Previously, because Tian Zhongdao had used dishonorable means to win against Lu Fei, the Utmost Yang Peak disciples were furious. And this Wang Gan even said that if Tian Zhongdao met him, he would definitely teach Tian Zhongdao a lesson. In this round, the two of them actually met. They didn't know if it was deliberately arranged, or if it was really a coincidence when they drew lots. But many people felt that it must have been deliberately arranged. Since the top disciples had to avoid the first few rounds, there must be a way to control the drawing of lots for the showdown. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to arrange Tian Zhongdao and Wang Gan together in this round. Whoosh! Tian Zhongdao also jumped onto the stage. Let's see how this kid will resist Senior Wang's attack. Many Utmost Yang Peak disciples sneered. The disciples of the other peaks didn't think Tian Zhongdao would win either. This was because Wang Gan's innate talent was terrifying. He could definitely rank in the top 50 among this year's new disciples. Kid, do you feel fear? Wang Gan walked towards Tian Zhongdao step by step. His voice was extremely cold. In Wang Gan's hand, a fireball was condensing. Because of Wang Qian's martial soul, he could easily condense fireballs to attack from a distance. Wang Gan's opponents couldn't even get close to him before they were hit by his fireballs. They couldn't die. They had to be seriously injured. With the appearance of the fireball, the surrounding temperature also became scorching hot. Wang Gan was the first genius to show his innate talent. The higher-ups of the peaks who were watching nodded. Wang Gan's innate talent was astonishing. What a terrifying chi. Look, the fireball in Wang Gan's hand is getting bigger and bigger. The fireball's power is still increasing. Many people exclaimed in shock. Their faces were full of shock. As for Tianbu Peak, whether it was Elder Qiao Yunqiu or the ordinary disciples, they were all looking at the stage with dignified expressions. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and looked at Tian Zhongdao thoughtfully. I, 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 I don't feel fear, said Tian Zhongdao. Is Tian Zhongdao so scared that he can't speak? Don't you know? That guy is a stutterer. Sometimes he doesn't stutter, but it's rare. Some disciples were discussing, since it's that way, I'll show you what fear is. Wang Gan's voice suddenly became serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball in his hand flew out. The fireball shot toward Tian Zhongdao at lightning speed. It contained a terrifying destructive power. One could only imagine how much damage he would suffer if he was hit by it. Soar. Facing the incoming fireball, Tian Zhongdao bellowed in his heart. Following that, everyone saw Tian Zhongdao's body soar into the sky. When he arrived in midair, he successfully dodged the fireball's attack. He's using a Buddhist robe to fly? What an idiot. Even though he can fly with the help of a Buddhist robe, his movements will be restricted in the air. He's like a live target. Many people looked at Tian Zhongdao with disdain. Even Wang Qian thought so as well. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister sneer. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, Wang Qian sent out flaming light balls one after another, blasting them toward Tian Zhongdao. Look, that little boy is going to die from the fireballs. Many people shouted loudly. No, that's not right. Tian Zhongdao isn't using a Buddhist robe because he's not wearing a Buddhist robe. He's using his own body to soar into the air. Lin Feng looked at Tian Zhongdao. He was astonished. He hadn't even reached the yin-yang layer. How could he use his own body to soar into the air? He didn't understand. Lin Feng stared at Tian Zhongdao. The densely packed fireballs were hurtling towards Tian Zhongdao. Moonwalk. Tian Zhongdao continued to shout in his heart. His right foot drew a crescent moon pattern. In the next moment, a powerful force pushed against Tian Zhongdao's right leg. Tian Zhongdao's body shot out and dodged the first fireball. Then, Tian Zhongdao's left leg drew a semicircle. His body shot out again in the air and dodged the second fireball. What's that? Lin Feng was astonished. It's a physical skill, said Zhou Pengkuan. He was astonished. The elders from the other mountain peaks could tell that Tian Zhongdao's flight and dodging were not done with the help of his dermic robes, but through his own body techniques. Swoosh swoosh, Tian Zhongdao's speed was too fast. He kept bouncing in the air, dodging Wang Gan's dense fireballs. Then, he arrived in front of Wang Gan. Leg attack, shouted Tian Zhongdao. He kicked Wang Gan with his right foot. What? Wang Gan didn't even have time to react. Bang! A moment later, Wang Gan was sent flying by Tian Zhongdao. Chapter 526. Wang Qian lost. At that moment, the spectating disciples realized that Wang Qian had actually lost. How did that guy dodge Wang Qian's attack? How did Wang Qian lose? Wang Qian's cultivation is so strong. How could he have fainted from a single hit? Many people were confused. They even felt that Wang Qian's defeat was inexplicable. These disciples didn't understand the power of Tian Zhongdao's soaring, moonwalk, and leg attack. However, the elders could see it. I remember that kid's name is Tian Zhongdao, right? It's a kitchen knife martial spirit. His talent is too poor. Supreme Peak Elder Ning Xingtian shook his head. But the set of physical skills he's cultivating isn't simple at all, Gong Ziming said. Zhou Pengkuan said disdainfully, physical skills are just a small trick. The elders nodded. At their level, they looked down on physical skills. Heaven-mending Peak disciple Tian Zhongdao wins. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. Junior Tian is mighty. Many disciples from Tian Zhongdao shouted excitedly. Tian Zhongdao chuckled and jumped off the stage. This brat does have some skills. I really underestimated him back then. Yu Zige and Tian Zhongdao had old grudges. His cold eyes stared at Tian Zhongdao. Old Tian, you're amazing. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. Tian Zhongdao scratched his head and said, I was just lucky. Compared to you, Lin Feng, I'm far, far from you. You've learned to be humble. Lin Feng hammered Tian Zhongdao's chest. Elder Qiao Yunqiu was delighted. She hadn't expected Tian Zhongdao to give her such a big surprise. She said, the following matches will be more and more difficult. You can't be careless. Yes, disciple understands. Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao said hurriedly. The grand competition gradually progressed. What shocked everyone was the performance of Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. They were so steady that they could sweep through their opponents. What kind of luck did Tian Zhongdao have this year? You actually managed to recruit two such powerful fellows. Look at the other mountain elders. Their faces are turning green. Anyone would feel depressed if they missed out on such a genius, right? Lin Feng fought 6 rounds with his fists, and Tian Zhongdao used physical skills to defeat his opponents. We can't say whether they're geniuses or not. After all, they haven't shown any other abilities. That's right. Having a strong physical body and powerful physical skills doesn't mean that they are talented. If their talent is average, they won't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Many disciples were discussing. However, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao had shocked them time and time again. Lin Feng had relied on his iron fists to fight his way into the top 12. Tian Zhongdao, on the other hand, had also made it into the top 12 with his physical skills. Apart from the Supreme Peak, which had 2 spots in the top 12, only the Heaven-mending Peak had 2 spots in the top 12. When the results came out, almost everyone couldn't believe it was true. In the previous competitions, the Heaven-mending Peak's disciples had never made it into the top 12. They hadn't even been able to pass the first round, but this time, 2 of them had made it into the top 12. It was unimaginable. The Heaven-mending Peak's disciples were so excited that their faces turned red. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's face was also filled with joy. It was different from the previous year's disappointment and sadness. This year, Elder Qiao Yunqiu was pleasantly surprised. Elder Qiao Yunqiu had forgotten how many years it had been since he had felt so proud. The top 12, come on stage. We'll draw lots, and the winner will enter the top 6. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice sounded. After that, the top 12 walked onto the stage. They were the Supreme Peaks Li Mengjie and Zhang Lei, Beheading Path Peaks Yang Jian, 5 Elements Peaks Si Kong Mo Fog City Peaks Yu Zige, 4 Extremes Peaks Shui Shui Dao, Zhiyang Peaks Shui Shui Jia, Godly Soul Peaks Gu Shao, Divine Sword Peaks Wu Ku, Suyu Peaks Zhu Zhenghao, Heaven Mending Peaks Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Kid, pray you don't meet me. Si Kong Mo sneered at Lin Feng. Oh? Do you think you're very strong? Lin Feng looked at Si Kong Mo indifferently. You'll know the difference between us then. Si Kong Mo's expression was ice-cold and extremely arrogant. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'm looking forward to it. Many people were excited to see Lin Feng and Si Kong Mo facing off against each other. If those two really fought, it would be very exciting. To see if Lin Feng was a real genius, they would have to see how many moves Lin Feng could take against Si Kong Mo. Soon, the results of the draw were out. Lin Feng against Si Kong Mo, Li Mengjie against Shui Wentao, Zhu Zhenghao against Wu Ku, Zhang Lei against Yang Jian, Shui Wenjie against Gu Shao, Tian Zhongdao against Yu Zige. Haha, what a good draw. Yu Zige laughed sinisterly. He looked at Tian Zhongdao with a sneer. Tian Zhongdao frowned but didn't say anything. Si Kong Mo looked at Lin Feng gloatingly. It seems like you're not very lucky, said Si Kong Mo, smiling. Lin Feng ignored Sikongamo and walked towards the center of the arena. The first round was between him and Sikongamo. The first round will be between Lin Feng and Sikongamo. The rest of you, go and get ready, said Elder Zhang Quan.
Yes.
The other 10 people walked down from the arena and looked at Lin Feng and Sikongamo. They wanted to see who their future opponents were. At the same time, all the elders looked at Lin Feng and Sikongamo. They also wanted to see if Lin Feng was really talented, and it was only the strength of his physical body. If it was just his physical strength, he wouldn't be able to go far in the future. Xiao Yunqiu looked at the arena nervously. She was even more nervous than when she had first participated in the competition. She really hoped that Lin Feng could continue to create miracles. However, it was extremely difficult to win against a genius like Sikongamo. Elder Xiao Yunqiu was very clear about this. 3,000 weak water martial spirit. I want to see how strong your martial spirit is, said Lin Feng. Looking at Sikongamo. Sikongamo looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can make me use my 3,000 weak water spirit?" Boom. Sikongamo dashed towards Lin Feng. Swoosh. Sikongamo suddenly split into 7. The 7 Sikongmos dashed towards Lin Feng. Oh my god, what kind of technique is that? Which one is the real Sikongamo? Sikongamo is too strong. Lin Feng will definitely lose. He won't even be able to withstand a single attack. Many people exclaimed in shock when they saw Sikongamo split into 7. Xiao Yunqiu's face turned pale. When she saw Sikongmo's powerful secret skill, she knew that the tiny wish in her heart was about to be shattered. How could Lin Feng be Sikongmo's opponent? It's over. The 7 Sikongmos said coldly. They all dashed towards Lin Feng and attacked him with their fists. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake. Even the elders of the Supreme Peak, Beheading Path Peak, and other peaks gasped in shock. Clearly, Sikongmo's secret technique shocked and moved them. The 7 Sikongmos instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked him. Everyone knew that everything was about to end, even if the battle had just begun. Boom. At that moment, Lin Feng moved. A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Feng's body. The aura was like a sharp sword piercing through the air. It seemed to have condensed into something solid. Force. This was Lin Feng's force. When that powerful aura spread out, Yi Zichen was shocked. The 7 Sikongmos were enveloped by it. Bang! Bang! Next, the Sikongmos exploded one by one. Only the real Sikongmos was left. He looked at Lin Feng in shock. "Sikongamo, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" shouted Lin Feng icily. He released the strength of 100,000 cultivators of the star of the star of the sky. The powerful aura hit Sikongmo's body. Bang! Sikongamo felt as if his body had been smashed by a huge, ancient mountain. Wah! In the next moment, Sikongamo spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fell on the stage with a thud and lay there motionless. He was seriously injured by Lin Feng's aura and fainted. Chapter 5:27. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. When Hong Yun, an elder of the Divine Soul Peak, looked astonished, disbelieving, and annoyed. She had been the only one who had thought that Lin Feng wasn't simple. She was an elder of the Divine Soul Peak and focused on soul cultivation. With a strong soul, one's godly consciousness was much stronger. Therefore, when Hong Yun had faintly sensed that Lin Feng was extraordinary, but she wasn't sure. Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't high, so she had given up on Lin Feng. Only now did Elder when Hong Yun realize how wrong her decision had been. She even had a faint feeling that she had made a wrong decision. That wrong decision might be the most serious mistake of his life. He won. It was unknown who shouted. Then, the sound of someone shouting filled the entire square. Lin Feng has condensed force. He's a monster. A peerless monster. Many cultivators at the yin-yang layer can't comprehend force, but he's a mere general. He's incredible. Countless people were shouting in astonishment. The elders of the Sovereign Peak, the Beheading Path Peak, and the other peaks were also staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. Everybody was asking themselves the same question. Why didn't they choose Lin Feng back then? Deep regret began to pervade the hearts of these elders. They looked back at the geniuses they had chosen. Compared to Lin Feng, they could only be considered trash. Long live junior brother Lin. The disciples of the Heaven Repairing Peak started shouting, especially the older disciples. It seemed like they wanted to vent their frustrations over the years. The disciples of the Heaven Repairing Peak were celebrating. Many disciples began to feel a little envious. Good, very good. A peerless genius has appeared in our heaven-repairing mountain. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's face was glowing. Lin Feng jumped off the arena. Some people carried the unconscious Sikong Mo away. However, the strength that Lin Feng displayed still deeply shocked the others. This was especially true for the top 12 geniuses. Although Sikong Mo wasn't at his strongest when he fainted, he still had a serious expression on his face. But Lin Feng had used force to oppress Sikong Mo. Sikong Mo had been severely injured. That was enough to explain many things. Who would dare to say that they could win against Lin Feng? Everyone regarded Lin Feng as a great enemy. Great Elder Zhang Quan's voice rang out. The second round, Li Mengjie from the Supreme Peak versus Shui Tao from the Four Extremities Peak. Whoosh! Next, Li Mengjie and Shui Tao leaped onto the stage. Li Mengjie was once considered the #1 genius. His sea rising bright moon martial soul was a variant martial soul. As long as it was a variant martial spirit, it usually represented strength. Shui Tao wasn't simple either. He had a thunderbolt martial soul. This thunderbolt martial soul was one of the most destructive martial souls. The battle between Li Mengjie and Shui Tao was brilliant. Both of them were geniuses. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. In the end, Li Mengjie summoned her sea rising bright moon martial soul to suppress Shui Tao. Shui Tao let out a long cry and summoned his thunderbolt martial soul. In the air, terrifying thunderbolts intertwined. The two sides collided again and again. Shui Tao is young. He doesn't have enough strength and experience. He's probably going to lose this battle. Lin Feng muttered. Tian Zhongdao nodded. He could also see that although Shui Tao was terrifyingly talented, he was only 16 years old after all. There was a gap between his cultivation and Li Mengjie's. As expected, after half an hour, Shui Tao couldn't hold on anymore and was defeated by Li Mengjie. Junior brother Shui, thank you for letting me win. Li Mengjie panted slightly. She had used up a lot of energy to defeat Shui Tao. Senior sister is more skilled. I admire you. Shui Tao cupped his fists. In the third round, Suyu Peak, Zhu Zhenghao versus Divine Sword Peak, Wu Ke. Zhu Zhenghao's martial soul was the sky-dominating divine blade martial soul. It was the most violent tool martial soul. Wu Ke's martial soul was the heavenly sword. This martial soul was also extremely powerful. Both of them had tool martial souls. The battle was extremely intense. In the end, Wu Ke narrowly defeated Zhu Zhenghao with one move. In the fourth round, Supreme Peaks Zhang Lei versus Beheading Peaks Yang Jian. Zhang Lei's martial soul was the Azure Dragon martial soul. It was a famous martial soul among the beast martial souls. Yang Jian's martial soul was the three-headed giant spirit martial soul. It was also a terrifying martial soul. Both of them were good at cultivating their physical bodies. This battle could be said to be extremely intense. Even the arena was shaken to the point of cracking. In the end, Zhang Lei summoned the Azure Dragon. On the other hand, Yang Jian summoned his three-headed titan martial soul. The two terrifying martial souls collided, and the ground shook violently. In the end, Yang Jian was stronger and defeated Zhang Lei. In the fifth round, Zhiyang Peak, Shui Wenjie versus Divine Soul Peak, Gu Xiao. Shui Wenjie's martial soul was the lightning martial soul. Gu Xiao's martial soul was a strange, black mist martial soul. The black mist martial soul emitted a black mist that covered the sky. Once Gu Xiao was covered by the black fog martial spirit, he could hide inside it. However, Shui Wenjie's lightning martial soul suppressed Gu Xiao's black mist martial soul. In this battle, Shui Wenjie won. In the sixth round, it was Tian Zhongdao versus Yu Zige of Misty Capital Peak. These two people had a deep grudge. Tian Zhongdao was miserably tricked by Yu Zige, and even his family heirloom, the Bloodstone Jade, was stolen. When Tian Zhongdao wanted to take revenge on Yuzaj, he kicked Yuzaj in the face and sent him flying. How could Yuzaj, the young master of an aristocratic family, endure such humiliation? He couldn't wait to cut Tian Zhongdao into 1,000 pieces. Therefore, the battle between these two people could be said to be tit for tat. I'm thinking about how to torture you when I step on you. Yuzaj's face was filled with a sinister smile. Regarding this battle, almost all the elders of the peaks thought that Yuzaj would win. This wasn't without reason. Tian Zhongdao had always relied on his physical skills to reach the top 12. However, Tian Zhongdao's martial soul was a very low-level, kitchen knife martial soul. Against Yuzaj, who had the rain martial soul, he was at a disadvantage. Junior Tian is in danger. In the crowd, Jingping slightly frowned. The other disciples of the heaven-mending peak also slightly sighed. Even though his physical skills were strong, against Yuzaj's rain martial soul, even the strongest physical skills would lose their power. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying qi was emitted from Yuzaj's body. Tian Zhongdao and Yuzaj's battle started. Yuzaj was the first to attack. He charged straight at Tian Zhongdao. His body was like a dragon. Above Yuzaj, a giant dragon appeared, bearing its fangs and claws. Dragon attack? Yuzaj sneered. In a flash, he arrived in front of Tian Zhongdao and fiercely punched towards Tian Zhongdao's chest. Tian Zhongdao didn't react at all. What a terrifying attack. Quickly look, Tian Zhongdao is scared silly. Many people were astonished. Chapter 528. Tian Zhongdao's defeat was within everyone's expectations, but they didn't think that he would lose in such a cowardly manner. Yuzaj's attack was about to hit him, but he didn't react at all. How was he going to fight? Was he going to be defeated by Yuzaj in one move? Yuzaj's dragon strike was about to hit Tian Zhongdao's body, but at that moment, Tian Zhongdao suddenly flew into the air. Physical skill. Soaring. Bang. Yuzaj's attack landed where Tian Zhongdao was originally standing, but Tian Zhongdao had already dodged in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Yuzaj's attack landed in the air. Not good. Yuzaj's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Moon step. Tian Zhongdao quickly arrived in front of Yuzaj in midair. Leg kill. Then, his right leg suddenly kicked out. Iron Lock River. At that moment of danger, Yuzaj's hands were in front of him. Tian Zhongdao's attack fiercely hit Yuzaj's arms. Yuzaj was immediately sent flying. Clang. Yuzaj fiercely fell on the stage and rolled a dozen times before stopping. What a terrifying reaction speed. He completed a physical skill in the blink of an eye. Cutting Path Peak Elder Zhou Pengkuan was shocked. Ning Shintian said, "This Tian Zhongdao is very smart. He knows that physical skills are suitable for close combat, so he didn't make a move. He waited for Yuzaj to arrive in front of him before making a move. His temperament and his use of physical skills are very shocking." Sheng Yu sneered and said, "Physical skills are nothing. Wait until Yuzaj uses his martial spirit. Tian Zhongdao will be crushed." Yuzaj was a disciple of Wu Du Peak. As an elder of Wu Du Peak, Sheng Yu would naturally speak up for him. Although they didn't like Elder Sheng Yu's arrogant tone, the other elders still agreed with Elder Sheng Yu's words. Once Yuzaj brought out his rain martial spirit, Tian Zhongdao would only be able to passively take a beating. Middle Path's grasp of battle timing is impeccable. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw Tian Zhongdao's rising in the air, moon steps, and kick attack. It was a perfect combination of 3 attacks. Lin Feng was astonished. The rest of the disciples were also shocked to see what was happening in the ring. Originally, everyone thought that Tanaka Do would be defeated easily. But who would have thought that in the first exchange, it was actually Tian Zhongdao who injured Yuzaj. However, even though Tian Zhongdao repelled Yuzaj, not many people believed that Tian Zhongdao could win this battle. This was because Yuzaj's martial soul was too powerful. On the other hand, Tian Zhongdao's martial soul was only a kitchen knife martial soul. This was the first time many of them had heard of such a martial soul. Clearly, this kitchen knife martial soul wasn't a powerful martial soul. "Brat, you've pissed me off." Yuzaj crawled up from the ground. His face was slightly twisted. His eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Tian Zhongdao. Anger, endless fury. Yu Zhige even had the urge to kill someone. In front of tens of thousands of disciples, elders, and attendants, he was sent flying with a kick. This was a great humiliation. For a disciple like Yu Zhige, this was an unbearable blow. Boom! Yu Zhige's dantian emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It was obvious that Yu Zhige had started to activate his martial soul. Yu Zhige's martial soul was the rain martial soul. It was an extremely terrifying martial soul. It's raining. It was unknown who said this. As expected, rain fell from the sky. It was drizzling. It wasn't dense enough. It's the rain martial soul. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were on Yu Zhige. This was the rain martial soul. Yu Zhige's ultimate move. Buzz. Suddenly, the ring emitted a cold chi. The raindrops that were falling down started to tremble slightly. Every time they trembled, they seemed to be increasing their strength. Shua. A cold light rushed out. A drop of rain turned into a sword chi and instantly attacked Tian Zhongdao. The rain martial soul is starting to show its power. Many disciples cried out in surprise. Even the elders of the various peaks were staring at Yu Zhige's rain martial spirit. They had only heard of the rain martial spirit, but had never seen it before. Now, it was time to observe the wonders of Yu Zhige's martial spirit. Blade light. Tian Zhongdao shouted coldly. Whoosh! The light in Tian Zhongdao's dantian soared into the sky. Dense saber lights shot out. It collided with Yu Zhige's sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clanging sounds could be heard, as if weapons were clashing. Tian Zhongdao's kitchen knife martial soul can condense so many knife lights? The elders were puzzled. Such a trashy martial soul shouldn't be able to display such powerful combat strength. They were all puzzled. Elder Qiao Yunqiu was very excited to see Tian Zhongdao's astonishing battle prowess. Squall. Yu Zhige shouted loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind began to howl, along with the strong wind. In an instant, the area covered by the arena was covered by torrential rain. Yu Zhigu pushed his rain martial spirit to the extreme. The rain became denser. An earth-shattering attack enveloped the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Blade net. Tian Zhongdao shouted coldly. His body was surrounded by a dense net of knives. That net of knives was completely condensed out of the saber lights. Soar. Tian Zhongdao flew into the air. Moon step. He used the net of knives to protect himself and quickly rushed towards Yu Zhigu. Very quickly, he arrived in front of Yu Zhigu. Everyone was nervously watching the battle. Tian Zhongdao didn't seem to be as trashy as everyone thought. Tian Zhongdao's kitchen knife martial soul was also quite strange. It didn't seem to be a simple kitchen knife martial soul. Seeing Tian Zhongdao rushing towards him, Yu Zhige's face revealed a cold smile. Eat my 360 swords. As his voice fell, the dense rainwater in front of Yu Zhige actually condensed into a giant sword. There were a total of 365 swords. Every single one of the giant swords exuded a terrifying power. Feeling the power of those swords, many people's faces became pale. 365 swords directly rushed towards Tian Zhongdao. My rain martial spirit can at most condense 10,000 swords. But right now, my cultivation isn't high enough. I can only condense 365 swords. But against you, it's enough. Yu Zhige's cold voice suddenly resounded. That guy from the heaven repairing peak is finished. Many disciples looked at the 365 swords in shock. The 365 swords were about to hit Tian Zhongdao's body. Tian Zhongdao, who was in the air, had no way to dodge. But at that moment, shua, news of Tian Zhongdao's death spread silently. The 365 swords all exploded in the air. In the next moment, Tian Zhongdao silently appeared in front of Yu Zhigu. No, that's impossible. How could he disappear? Yu Zhigu roared in disbelief. He suddenly felt the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around and saw Tian Zhongdao's fist rushing towards him. Bang! That powerful fist landed on Yu Zhige's face. Wah! Yu Zhigu spat out a mouthful of blood. That blood was mixed with his teeth. Clang! Chapter 529. Shocked gazes fell on Tanaka Dao, who was panting slightly in the ring. Yu Zige was defeated. He was defeated by Tianzhong Dao. And he was defeated in such a humiliating way. Many people still couldn't believe that this was real. Similar to the shock of the ordinary disciples, the elders of the Supreme Peak, beheading Dao Peak, and the other peaks all stood up. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Tianzhong Dao's dantian. The light in Tianzhong Dao's dantian was quickly dissipating, but they still saw it. 2 rays of light. What did this mean? Twin martial spirits. You actually have the legendary twin martial spirits. Supreme Peak Elder Ning Shangtian said with a trembling voice. Ah, twin martial spirits? All the disciples were shocked. They had naturally heard of twin martial spirits. Under normal circumstances, cultivators only had one martial spirit. Even Lin Feng, who had evolved his martial spirit twice, only had one martial spirit, which was the devouring martial spirit. Because of the evolution of his martial spirit, Lin Feng had 5 devouring martial spirits. But there was a kind of person who didn't have one martial spirit. They had 2 martial spirits. This was the legendary twin martial spirits. Twin martial spirits were extremely rare. Even in the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent, it was difficult to find a twin martial soul. But those who had twin martial spirits were definitely geniuses among geniuses. Li Mengjie and the others were also very talented, but in front of Tianzhong Dao's twin martial spirits, they were simply incomparable. He actually has twin martial spirits. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's expression was one of wild joy. Lin Feng had already brought her too many surprises. Elder Qiao Yunqiu didn't expect that other than Lin Feng, Tianzhong Dao would also bring her such a big surprise. That's right, I have a second martial spirit, which is the invisibility martial spirit. Tianzhong Dao said. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The invisibility martial spirit. It was actually the dark martial spirit. Among all the types of martial spirits, the dark martial spirit was the most terrifying. Huff huff huff. The elders of the Supreme Peak, Cutting Path Peak, and the other peaks were breathing rapidly. They knew what twin martial spirits meant. Why didn't I choose Tianzhong Dao back then? These elders were so depressed that they were about to vomit blood. Lin Feng, Tanaka Dao. They were the 2 most terrifying people among this batch of freshmen. He had actually missed all of them. At the thought of this, all the mountain elders had the urge to find a wall and kill themselves. Tianzhong Dao jumped down from the ring. Lin Feng noticed that something was wrong with Tianzhong Dao. He quietly reached out his hand to support Tianzhong Dao. What's going on? Lin Feng whispered. Initially, I only had the first layer of the invisibility spirit, and that was when I didn't attack. But a moment ago, in order to dodge Yu Zige's attacks, I had to use the second layer of the invisibility spirit to dodge Yu Zige's 365 sword attacks. To me, that was extremely exhausting. Tianzhong Dao said with a pale face. Take a rest, Lin Feng said. Tianzhong Dao nodded and closed his eyes to rest. Elder Qiao Yunqiu could also see that something was wrong with Tianzhong Dao's body. He couldn't help but worry. After Lin Feng explained the situation, Elder Qiao Yunqiu calmed down. Elder Zhang Quan said, the top 6 have been decided. They are Tian Mending Peak's disciples, Lin Feng and Tianzhong Dao, Supreme Peak's disciples, Li Mengjie, Divine Sword Peak's disciple, Wu Ku, Cutting Path Peak's disciple, Yang Jian, and Extreme Yang Peak's disciple, Shui Wenjie. Tianzhong Dao quickly recovered. After an hour, Elder Qiao Yunqiu looked at Tianzhong Dao and asked, How do you feel? Tianzhong Dao sighed and said, I'm afraid. It'll be difficult to participate in the battle. You've already done very well. Don't feel burdened. Elder Qiao Yunqiu said. Tianzhong Dao nodded. Elder Qiao Yunqiu said, Tianzhong Dao has been injured during the battle, so he has to withdraw from the final battle. Hua! Immediately, the crowd burst into cheers. If Tianzhong Dao withdrew from the final battle, then one of the top 6 disciples would have a chance. Elder Zhang Quan said, Tianzhong Dao has withdrawn, so the 12 peaks will now send new disciples to participate in the final battle. The final winner will enter the top 6 and participate in the final battle. Tian Mending Peak didn't send any disciples because apart from Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, no one else could win. Yao Peak and Ling Zhun Peak didn't send anyone either. In this way, only the disciples from the 9 peaks would participate in the battle for the last spot. This time, the battle was controlled, and one person would draw lots in the first round. After the top 5 were chosen, the second round would draw lots of people, and 3 people would be selected. The last 2 disciples would fight against each other, and the winner would fight against the other. After an intense battle, the disciple of the 4 extreme peaks, Shui Wentao, obtained the final victory. Although Shui Wentao was only 16 years old, his thunderbolt martial spirit was extremely terrifying. During the 12-6 round, he had only lost to Li Mengjie. Thus, the top 6 were decided. Tian Mending Peak's disciple Lin Feng, Zhizun Peak's disciple Li Mengjie, Dao Beheading Peak's disciple Yang Jian, Yang Peak's disciple Shui Wenjie, 4 Extreme Peak's disciple Shui Wentao, Divine Sword Peak's disciple Wu Ke. The final battle is about to begin. The top 6, come on stage. Great Elder Zhang Quan shouted in a deep voice. Swoosh. The top 6 all flew towards the arena. In the past, the top 3 would be decided first, then one person would draw lots while the other 2 would fight against each other. The winner would fight against the loser. Before this year's competition, the Patriarch gathered us elders to discuss the rules for the top 6. In the past, the top 6 would fight against each other, but this year, the Patriarch changed the rules. The other elders nodded. The rest of the elders nodded slightly. Obviously, they already knew about this. The rules changed? What rules? All the disciples were confused. The new rules are a battle royale between the top 6, said Elder Zhang Quan. A battle royale? Everybody was astonished. Nobody had thought that it would be a battle royale. A battle royale between the top 6? Didn't that mean they could join hands with others? A battle royale between the top 6. Anyone can join hands with others until the last person is standing on the arena. As expected, Elder Zhang Quan continued to explain the rules for the final battle. It was too cruel. A battle royale between the top 6 was much crueler than a one-on-one battle royale. Li Mengjie and the others couldn't help but frown. Everyone looked at the people around them with vigilant expressions. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. No matter what the rules were, as a disciple, he couldn't refuse them. Let's start the final battle. After Great Elder Zhang Quan finished speaking, he quickly retreated. Li Mengjie and the others glanced at each other. Swish, swish, swish. Li Mengjie, Yang Jian, Shui Wentao, Shui Wenjie, and Wu Ke quickly separated and surrounded Lin Feng. Those 5 people want to join hands and get rid of Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 530. The elders of the other peaks watched the battle coldly. They had never thought that a dark horse like Lin Feng would appear. In their opinion, the top geniuses of the other peaks should be on par with each other. That was why the battle royale was more exciting and dangerous. Of course, it was also more cruel. However, Lin Feng's strength wasn't very clear, but he was definitely a threat to everyone. The rest of the geniuses couldn't be like what the elders had imagined. They would definitely choose to eliminate Lin Feng, who was a huge threat to everyone. That was why it was 5 against 1. Despicable. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's face was ashen, but she was also helpless. She didn't have the ability to change the direction of the battle. It seems like the 5 geniuses will have to deal with Lin Feng first. That's right. Lin Feng is too big of a threat. If they don't deal with him quickly, the 5 geniuses will be greatly restricted. Many people were discussing spiritedly. The disciples of the Heaven-Mending Peak were looking at Lin Feng with worry. This battle was too troublesome for Lin Feng. 1 against 5, this was a situation where he would lose without a doubt. Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked at the 5 geniuses. Do you want to fight me together? The 5 geniuses didn't say anything. Although they felt that even if they won, it wouldn't be an honorable victory, but so what? The purpose of the competition was to fight for first place. Others would only remember the winner, not the loser. Whoosh! The 5 geniuses moved. Li Mengjie used soft bone twisting fist, aiming for Lin Feng's chest. Wild lightning fist. Shui Wentao roared, and his fist was surrounded by lightning energy. Lightning fist. Shui Wenjie roared, and purple lightning intertwined around him. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. Dragon traversing heaven and earth. Yang Jin roared, and his body jumped out. His back suddenly swayed, and he was like a dragon emerging from the sea. He used all the strength in his body to instantly explode with a terrifying attack, ruthlessly attacking Lin Feng. Bright Moon Sword Chi. As for Wu Ku, he waved his right hand and slashed out Sword Chi. The Sword Chi shot out in all directions, and the faint silhouette of a bright moon could be vaguely seen. Such might was truly astonishing. They've made their move. He won't be defeated instantly, right? That's possible. After all, 5 geniuses are ganging up on him. Many people cried out in alarm. All the elders widened their eyes and stared at the battle on the stage, not daring to miss any action. Humph, 5 small fries dare to be so fierce? Lin Feng sneered. Many people were dumbfounded. Being besieged by 5 geniuses, this guy actually dared to ridicule them as 5 small fries? Do you think the 5 geniuses will let you off after angering them like this? This fellow. Elder Qiao Yunxiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Lin Feng's words. However, she found that Lin Feng was indeed too calm. At that moment, Elder Qiao Yunxiu suddenly recalled something the Peak Lord had said to her before leaving. If I don't come back, you have to protect Lin Feng no matter what. At that time, Elder Qiao Yunxiu hadn't understood the Peak Lord's meaning. Now, he seemed to have vaguely understood something. You're courting death. The 5 geniuses roared furiously, each of them pushing their attacks to the limit. They naturally had reason to be angry. Yet, Lin Feng had actually called them small fries. The 5 geniuses also knew that Lin Feng had done this on purpose. He'd said this to infuriate them. But even though they knew that Lin Feng had done this on purpose, they still didn't care. The 5 geniuses were still incomparably furious. They had been successfully infuriated. Right now, the 5 geniuses only wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. They wanted him to know how foolish it was to underestimate them, and how disastrous the price he would have to pay. Raging winds billowed. Wild winds howled through the mountains and rivers. I laughed to the heavens. His aura suppressed everything. Lin Feng shouted. Boom! Everyone could feel an incomparably terrifying force emanating from Lin Feng's body. It was to sweep away all obstacles. It was domineering and fearless. It was to fight against the heavens and the earth. It was a kind of invincible momentum with me as the Tao. This was force. Force was different from force. Lin Feng had killed his way out of an army of thousands. Thus, he had comprehended force. His force had a kind of iron-blooded, fearless, and fearless temperament. This kind of force was also the most suitable for battle. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone heard a series of muffled sounds of collisions. One figure after another was sent flying out. It's the 5 geniuses. How is this possible? The 5 geniuses joined forces, but they still can't resist the force emitted by Lin Feng? How can his force be so tyrannical? Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. The force emitted from Lin Feng's body was really too terrifying. It made everyone feel a sense of horror. Martial spirit sacrifice. The 5 geniuses shouted in unison. At this time, they knew that if they didn't sacrifice their martial spirits, they would have no chance of winning against Lin Feng. Although it was very discouraging, that was the truth. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out as the 5 geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits. Li Mengjia's rising over the sea shot out moonlight that filled the sky. The sea emerged, and the bright moon rose from the end of the sea. Roar! The roar shook the sky. Yang Jian's 3 heads appeared. The roar of the 3 heads shook the heavens and earth, causing many people's ears to ring. Rumble! A loud rumbling sound followed. Shui Wentao's lightning martial spirit was sacrificed, and a large thundercloud gathered above the arena. Shui Wenjie's lightning martial spirit was sacrificed, and the power of lightning intertwined above the arena. Everyone saw that when the lightning and thunder intertwined, their power increased rapidly. The 2 martial spirits complemented each other. Wu Ku's heavenly sword martial spirit was sacrificed, and a sword of light condensed in the air, surrounded by a holy aura. Kill! The five geniuses shouted, and all of them rushed towards Lin Feng. Immediately after, they released their spirit energies and moved towards Lin Feng to attack him. What a terrifying martial spirit! Look, Lin Feng's force can't suppress the five geniuses. Lin Feng is going to be defeated. Many people shouted in shock. Even the elders nodded slightly. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely lose if the five geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits. The five geniuses' attacks were about to hit Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's dantian emitted a bright light. Waves of shocking waves swept across the heavens and earth. Buzz! In the next moment, a black hole appeared. His martial spirit, his martial spirit. When Hongyun, an elder of the Divine Spirit Peak, stared at Lin Feng's martial spirit. She clearly remembered that when the 12 peaks were selecting candidates, she had asked Lin Feng what his martial spirit was. Lin Feng had said it was a martial spirit with the ability to devour and confine. When Hongyun didn't pay much attention to it, she just thought it was rare. But now, Lin Feng had sacrificed his martial spirit. Whoosh! A strong wind swept across the arena. Everyone saw it. Li Mengjia's ocean and moon were instantly devoured by the black hole. Yang Jian's 3 martial spirits were struggling, but they couldn't escape the fate of being devoured. The power of lightning and thunder was also devoured by the black hole. The heavenly sword slashed down, but it didn't enter the black hole and disappeared. The martial spirits of the five geniuses didn't even make a splash before they were devoured by the black hole. Impossible! The five geniuses shouted in disbelief. Break! In the next moment, Lin Feng stepped forward and a strong force surged out. The five geniuses were struck by lightning and were all sent flying. Plop! One after another, they all fell to the ground, their faces pale. How could this be? The five geniuses sacrificed their martial spirits, but they were still defeated. Countless people looked at the arena as if they had lost their souls. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. That was the joint attack of the five geniuses. As the wind blew, the handsome young man stood on the stage like a perfect painting. No one wanted to break the silence. Chapter 531. I didn't disappoint you. Disciple 1. Lin Feng cupped his fists in front of Elder Qiao Yunqiu, whose eyes were glistening with tears. Lin Feng knew how much Elder Qiao Yunqiu had suffered in the past few years. Lin Feng knew that Elder Qiao Yunqiu had suffered in the past few years. Lin Feng admired Elder Qiao Yunqiu. Even after suffering so much ridicule and setbacks, she still persisted in the heaven-repairing peak. Elder Qiao Yunqiu was the weakest of the sect's elders, but who could compare to her character? Good, good. Elder Qiao Yunqiu murmured and nodded. She was gratified. It turned out that her bitter perseverance hadn't been in vain. After the previous peak master, Yu Bu Tian, another genius had appeared in Heaven-Mending Peak. No, more accurately, there were 2 geniuses and Tian Zhongdao, who had twin martial spirits. Said Ning Shang Tian, jumping up. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, the Supreme Peak is willing to provide you with all the resources you need. We can also provide you with the best skills and techniques. I can even ask the Patriarch to teach you spells and techniques. What do you think about joining the Supreme Peak? Haha, Elder Ning, the sect leader has already left the sect for 300 years. He's still fighting in the extraterritorial battlefield. How could he have time to teach Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao? Why don't you two join my beheading peak? My cutting path peak cuts the way of heaven and earth. Among all the peaks, it is the peak that has the most powerful comprehension of the way of heaven and earth. If you join us, I am sure that under the cultivation of my cutting path peak, you will definitely be promoted to the Yin-Yang realm. When Hongyun also walked out and looked at Lin Feng, I'm guessing that your spiritual strength must be very strong, right? If you join my Divine Soul Peak, we have top-notch soul cultivation techniques, and Tian Zhongdao is very suitable for our Divine Soul Peak. Tian Zhongdao has twin martial spirits, and using martial spirits requires a lot of soul power, which is what our Divine Soul Peak specializes in. The elders of the other peaks all walked out and started arguing. They all wanted to fight over Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Everyone stared at the elders with their mouths agape. However, it was understandable. It would be a pity to miss out on geniuses like Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's face was incomparably ugly. She had long guessed that these elders would come to snatch Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. However, Elder Qiao Yunqiu had no way to stop it. Compared to the other peaks, what was Heaven Mending Peak? He was unable to provide any additional cultivation resources, and even the Heaven Mending technique had been lost. Elder Qiao Yunqiu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but only bitterness filled her heart. She did not know how to persuade Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao to stay. Perhaps geniuses like them shouldn't belong to Heaven Mending Peak in the first place? The Heaven Mending Peak is still the Heaven Mending Peak of the past. It will always be the same until the Heaven Mending Peak is removed from the list. Today's competition is probably the last glory of the Heaven Mending Peak, right? Elder Qiao Yunqiu sighed. Cough, cough. Elders, may I ask when the reward will be given? After the reward, I still need to return to the Heaven Mending Peak to cultivate. While the elders were arguing, Lin Feng's voice spread in the air. Yes, yes, yes. Reward. Where is the reward? Tian Zhongdao also shouted. Elder Qiao Yunqiu's eyes suddenly widened, and then she became overjoyed. She naturally understood what Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao meant. Lin Feng didn't refuse the elders of the other groups because they were elders, so he didn't want them to lose face. Lin Feng, Tian Zhongdao, you two should think about it carefully. This will affect how far you can go in the future and what kind of achievements you will achieve. Elder Ning Shengtian of the Supreme Peak said, Elder, you're right. A single top-grade spirit stone won't allow me to go far in the future. Elder, can you discuss and give me a few more? Lin Feng said with a smile. Ning Shengtian's mouth twitched violently. This kid was obviously pretending to be ignorant. However, the other elders did not continue arguing. They could see that Lin Feng was a very opinionated person. Once he made a decision, he would not change it. On the other hand, Tian Zhongdao and Lin Feng were very close, so Lin Feng made the decision. If Lin Feng did not join the other peaks, Tian Zhongdao would not join either. The competition ended, but it had obviously caused a huge commotion in the Blue Cloud sect. Everybody knew that two geniuses had appeared in the Heaven Mending Peak. It was said that the great elders who had been cultivating in seclusion in the small world were also alarmed. The Heaven Mending Peak has not had an easy time these years. Every month, give them twice the amount of resources. One of the Supreme Elders said. The Blue Cloud sect was in a heated discussion. The disciples of the Heaven Mending Peak were the ones who had benefited the most. There were only a few hundred disciples in the Heaven Mending Peak, but now they had received twice the amount of resources. Of course, the disciples had benefited greatly. Everyone was filled with gratitude towards Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. Everyone knew that if it wasn't for Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, the Heaven Mending Peak wouldn't have been able to obtain these cultivation resources. In the following month, Lin Feng had been cultivating diligently. Other than honing his spirit array and alchemy skills, he would also observe the star chart every day to comprehend the mysteries within. Of course, Lin Feng didn't give up on his own cultivation either. He could vaguely feel that he was about to break through to the 10th layer of the martial general realm. I've already used up all the spirit herbs on me. I need to find a place to collect a large amount of spirit herbs. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue refining pills. Lin Feng said, alchemy is a profession that consumes a lot of resources. Any powerful alchemist is accumulated with countless wealth. The Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. During this period of time, he didn't know how many spirit herbs he had destroyed when he was refining pills. After another 10 days, Lin Feng observed the star chart. For the first time, his divine will made a connection with the mysterious existence within the endless starlight. It was a slight connection, but that connection was quickly cut off. However, even so, Lin Feng still benefited greatly. He absorbed a large amount of starlight energy from the 90,000 star charts, and Lin Feng's soul reached the peak of the 9th layer of the yin-yang realm. The 90,000 star charts are really amazing. They allowed my soul power to break through quickly. Lin Feng was filled with joy. After spending another 10 days, Lin Feng felt that his true essence was on the verge of a breakthrough. He had piled up a large amount of high-grade spirit stones in his room. Lin Feng had accumulated a lot of spirit stones, so he needed a lot of spirit stones each time. Others only needed a few high-grade spirit stones to break through, but he would often need hundreds or even more. Of course, after breaking through, Lin Feng's battle prowess was far superior to others. Lin Feng tried to break through, and a large amount of spirit energy surged into his body. However, after absorbing the energy of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, he still didn't succeed. Lin Feng felt that he was still lacking some maturity. In the end, Lin Feng took out the top-grade spirit stones he had obtained during the small competition. He began to absorb the energy of the top-grade spirit stones. Boom! Finally, with the support of the top-grade spirit stones, Lin Feng's body surged with power and instantly exploded. Chapter 532. Late at night, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao sat on the roof, gazing at the moon while drinking wine. What are you thinking about? Tian Zhongdao asked. I'm thinking about what the Peak Lord told me about establishing my own Dao. Even now, I still don't understand what Dao is, and what is my own Dao? Lin Feng said. My own Dao? Even if there are many experts in the Yin-Yang world, they don't they? Tian Zhongdao said. Lin Feng nodded and said, but the Peak Lord said that establishing one's own Dao has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Moreover, the earlier one establishes one's Dao, the more beneficial it will be for one's cultivation. Tian Zhongdao showed a pensive expression. Why didn't you invite me to drink? At that moment, the old drunkard's voice rang out. The old drunkard appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto the roof. Tian Zhongdao rolled his eyes and said, You still have the nerve to come back? The old drunkard said mysteriously, I actually went to do something for the Peak Lord. Who are you trying to fool? Tian Zhongdao obviously didn't believe him. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What is it? Buddha says, I can't tell you. The old drunkard grinned before taking another big gulp of wine. The three of them drank until late at night before going their separate ways. Do you think there's anything wrong with the old drunkard? Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin shook its head. Lin Feng rubbed his head and said, Maybe he's been too tired from cultivating, so he's a little stressed out. That's why he's so paranoid. The old drunkard had fled before the competition, and now that he had returned, many people were unhappy. However, the old drunkard was thick-skinned, and he ignored their gazes. If anyone angered the old drunkard, he would shout, Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao are my brothers. If you dare bully me, I'll have my brothers teach you a lesson. This old bastard. Some disciples rolled their eyes, but for the sake of Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao, they didn't argue with the old drunkard. A few older disciples organized a bonfire party, hoping to invite Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao to participate. Because Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao were both extremely hardworking people, they were rarely seen. Therefore, many disciples of the heaven-mending peak were not familiar with Lin Feng and Tian Zhongdao. They organized this bonfire party to let everyone get to know each other. Several hundred disciples had arrived. The bonfire party was very lively. Zhang Hu smiled and said, Junior brother Lin, look at the way the female disciples are looking at you. I'm so envious. Are you going to? As he spoke, he even made a very obscene gesture. Lin Feng gradually became familiar with Zhang Hu and knew that this guy liked to joke around. He smiled and said, If those senior and junior sisters heard you, they might beat you to death. Zhang Hu, are you speaking ill of us? More than 10 female disciples walked over, and a female disciple in a red dress snorted. This female disciple in a red dress was called Shiweizhu. She was in the 5th firmament of the martial king realm and had the highest cultivation among the female disciples. Her figure was tall and hot, and her face was delicate and beautiful. Her hot body and perfect face made her have many pursuers. However, she had never had any scandals with any male disciple. She was also very hard-working in her cultivation. Senior brother Zhang, who is the worst. He's definitely slandering us. Another female disciple snorted and said. This female disciple was called Zhan Ying. She was petite and very cute. The other female disciples also began to criticize Wang Hu. Wang Hu's face immediately became bitter, and he said with a sad face, "Junior sisters, you've misunderstood me. I'm really as innocent as the snow in June. I was just praising you for being as beautiful as fairies." "We don't believe your nonsense. Junior brother Lin, is senior brother Wang Hu speaking ill of us?" Jining smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You've really misunderstood senior brother Wang. He's indeed praising you for being beautiful." Wang Hu secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. "We believe junior brother Lin's words, but we don't believe Wang Hu's words." The group of female disciples laughed. Wang Hu said helplessly, "Is it because junior brother Lin's cultivation level is higher than mine, and he's more handsome than me? Is that why you're so biased?" Many female disciples snorted at Wang Hu. A few bolder female disciples said, "That's right, that's what we think." Everyone laughed and joked, and Wang Hu introduced the names of the female disciples to Lin Feng. Shi Weizhu and Zheng Ying were naturally very outstanding. One of them had a sexy body, while the other was petite and exquisite. They were both extremely beautiful, and they were two different types of beauties. The bonfire party naturally included dancing, and many disciples danced around the bonfire. Wang Hu urged, "Junior brother Lin, hurry up and invite junior sister Weizhu to dance with you. We don't have such an honor." Lin Feng stood up and invited Shi Weizhu to dance. Shi Weizhu blushed and stretched out her hand. Lin Feng gently held her hand and walked with her to the bonfire. After that, the days seemed to have returned to normal. Lin Feng cultivated diligently every day, hoping to break through to the Martial King realm as soon as possible. During this time, a piece of news was circulating in the sect. The Thunderblade secret territory was about to open, and many disciples were talking about it. The Thunderblade secret territory was a secret territory in the Wasteland region. It was extremely mysterious, and it was said that it would only open once every 500 years. Not only were there many ancient cultivator caves in the Thunderblade secret territory, but there were also top-notch mines that could be mined for top-grade spirit stones and countless spirit herbs. Every time the Thunderblade secret territory opened, it would be open for a year. After a year, people had to leave the Thunderblade secret territory. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the Thunderblade secret territory until they died. In addition, the Thunderblade secret realm had its own order of heaven and earth. Only cultivators below the Yin-Yang realm were allowed to enter that place. Cultivators above the Yin-Yang realm were not allowed to enter the Thunderblade secret realm. Now that the Thunderblade secret realm was about to open, the Blue Cloud sect was going to organize disciples to go there to gain experience. Have you heard of the Thunderblade secret territory? At night, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin talked about the Thunderblade secret territory. Of course I've heard of it. It's said that in the ancient times, there was a great battle between two peerless cultivators. One of the peerless cultivators attacked with his blade, and that attack almost destroyed the entire Wasteland region. After that, the area where the blade attacked became the Thunderblade secret territory. The Thunderblade secret territory ran through half of the Wasteland region, said the Fire Qilin. That's terrifying. Lin Feng was astonished. In the Wasteland region, ordinary people couldn't cross it even if they walked for 100 years. How big was the Wasteland region? A strong cultivator from the ancient times had almost split the Wasteland apart with a single attack. How big was that blade? How could it split the Wasteland apart? That cultivator from the ancient times was unimaginably strong. Chapter 533. It's hard to imagine a battle between ancient experts. They were all on the level of gods. You should know that there are no more experts on that level in the Martial Heaven continent, said the Fire Qilin. Lin Feng nodded. Before the Fire Qilin had broken through to the God realm, it had been called the Flame Saint. It had been one of the strongest experts on the Martial Heaven continent. Based on the Jade Tube his father had left behind, the God realm experts were most likely in the outside world. This / formed the Thunderblade secret territory. Does that mean that the Thunderblade secret territory is usually surrounded by restrictions? Asked Lin Feng. It's not a restrictive spell. It's a destructive law of order, said the Fire Qilin. What's a law of order? Asked Lin Feng. That's how it is. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter alternate. People get old, get sick, and die. That's the law of nature. That's what cultivators call the heavenly Tao. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao is the power of the law of order. It's the same principle as how many dragons a general has. But the power of the law of order isn't something that just anyone can touch. Even almighty experts would be instantly annihilated by the power of the law of order. So if the lightning blade's secret domain isn't opened, no one would dare to barge in. They die a miserable death, said the fire Qilin. Then why does the lightning blade's secret domain only allow cultivators below the yin-yang realm to enter? Asked Lin Feng. Perhaps it's the power of the law of order. The power of the law of order can change many things. Lin Feng asked, do you plan on going to the lightning blade's secret domain with me? Said the fire Qilin helplessly. I can't go in even if I want to. Even though my divine energy has been devoured, my cultivation base is still there. Lin Feng could only nod. Over the next few days, Lin Feng learned the dividing metal and fixing acupuncture points technique from the fire Qilin. The ancient book said, to find the dragon and divide the metal, look at the coiling mountain. Each coiling mountain is a pass. Closing the pass is like 8 layers of danger. This incantation was called the dragon-seeking formula, and it was one of the methods used to separate metal and locate acupoints. As the saying goes, mound seal, touch gold talisman, move mountains and remove ridges, search for the dragon incantation. Human light candle, ghost blow out the lamp, survey palanquin inverted battle and search for the star peak. Mercury gourd, nourish the radiant vessel, dragon pavilions and treasure halls have been countless. Deep coffins, bronze outer coffins, 8 characters. Do not approach if the 8 characters are not hard. The art of tomb robbing had been passed down since ancient times and had an extremely long history. There were also many classifications of tomb robbers, such as tomb robbers, mountain-moving Taoist, tomb robbers, and so on. After communicating with the fire Qilin, Lin Feng learned that Taoist Wu Liang was a mountain-moving Taoist. Moving mountain Taoist was naturally a Taoist as well, but he was not accepted by orthodox Taoists. This was because moving mountain Taoists specialized in digging up ancestral graves, stealing treasures, and harming others for his own benefit. In the eyes of Taoists, this was something that harmed one's virtue. Of course, Lin Feng didn't learn the dividing metal and fixing acupoints technique from the fire Qilin because he didn't have much interest in this kind of thing. However, using this secret technique to find the ancient cultivator's immortal's cave was still quite useful. It could even be used to fix Dragon's Cave, search for feng shui, and find spirit veins. The sect finally spread the news. Outer sect disciple Grand Elder Din Yu and Grand Elder Zhang Quan would personally lead the elite outer sect disciples to the Thunderblade's secret realm. As for the ordinary disciples, the sect didn't recommend them to enter the Thunderblade's secret realm because the Thunderblade's secret realm was very chaotic. Killing and robbing treasures could be seen everywhere. If one's cultivation wasn't enough to enter the Thunderblade's secret realm, wouldn't it be courting death? As for the inner sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, they were all cultivating in the Blue Cloud sect's profound spirit space. The profound spirit space was a space condensed by the founder of the Blue Cloud sect, the God Realm ancestor Blue Cloud. The spirit energy inside was dozens of times more than the outside world. It could simply be called a holy land for cultivation. It was located in the deepest part of the Blue Cloud sect. The disciples cultivating inside basically didn't interact with the outer sect disciples. Lin Feng had heard that Nebula Pavilion had a mysterious ancestral land, which was also a holy land for cultivation. Obviously, the Blue Cloud sect's profound spirit space was very similar to Nebula Pavilion's ancestral land. 200,000 to 300,000 outer sect disciples all hoped to be promoted to inner sect disciples and enter the profound spirit space to cultivate. Of course, it wasn't easy to be promoted to inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples will be led to the Thunderblade's secret realm by the Grand Elder of the inner sect, and it's different from the entrance we're going to. We're going to the Thunderstorm Valley. The ferocious beasts we'll encounter when entering the Thunderblade's secret realm from the Thunderstorm Valley are relatively weaker. Of course, there are relatively fewer caves, spirit mines, and spirit herbs. The entrance that the inner sect disciples are going to is called Tianyun Valley. Shiweizhu obviously still had some understanding of the Thunderblade's secret realm, so she said aloud. Wang Hu said, "We've arrived at the right time." just in time for the opening of the Thunderblade's secret realm. If we can get enough opportunities to cultivate in the Thunderblade's secret realm for half a year, maybe we can also become inner sect disciples. There were many restrictions to becoming an inner sect disciple. The first condition was that one's cultivation had to be above the 8th firmament of the martial king realm. The second condition was talent. If one's martial spirit was too weak, it would be difficult to become an inner sect disciple. The third condition was bloodline. If one's bloodline didn't meet the sect's requirements, one couldn't become an inner sect disciple. For example, the eldest senior brother of the heaven-mending peak, Jingping, was already at the 10th heavenly layer of the martial king realm. However, Jingping's battle prowess was not even comparable to some of the more talented 7th and 8th heavenly layer martial kings. First, it was because Jingping's martial spirit was only a vine martial spirit. Second, it was because Jingping's bloodline power was very weak. The reason why Jingping could break through to the 10th firmament of the martial king realm was all because of hard work. However, if one didn't have talent and a weak bloodline, it would be difficult to break through again. Jingping was defined as having no future by the sect. Therefore, even though he was now at the 10th firmament of the martial king realm, he couldn't become an inner sect disciple. This time, Jingping was going to the Thunderblade's secret realm. Jingping wanted to find opportunities in the Thunderblade secret realm and break the shackles of fate. Of course, it was not easy. After all, Jingping's talent was too weak. Even if his bloodline had changed, his martial spirit was too weak. It wouldn't be easy for him to achieve great things in the future. This was because the stronger the martial spirit, the faster the cultivation speed. Jingping's weak martial spirit would be extremely slow for him to cultivate. 3 days later, about 5,000 disciples rode on dozens of huge griffins and headed to the Thunderblade Valley. Look, that's the Thunderblade Valley. Half a month later, everyone finally arrived at the Thunderblade Valley. Strong winds swept through the place, and thunder and lightning intertwined in the sky. A huge valley was formed after countless years of grinding by thunder and strong winds. That valley was the Thunderblade Valley, one of the entrances to the Thunderblade secret realm. Chapter 534. That's the Zephyr Valley. It's surrounded by lightning and hurricanes. Lin Feng and the others stood up on their griffins and looked at the Zephyr Valley. They were astonished when they saw the hurricanes and the dense lightning. If they were swallowed by the lightning and hurricanes outside the Zephyr Valley, even young cultivators would die inside, right? After all, it was a terrifying scene created by an ancient cultivator. More and more cultivators were heading towards the Zephyr Valley from all directions. I wonder how many cultivators will enter this time, said Wang Hu. It's only opened once every year. It only opens once every 500 years. I've heard that some geniuses in Huangyu are stuck at the 10th celestial layer of the Martial King layer because they want to enter the Thunderblade mysterious world. Those geniuses are real geniuses, just like Brother Lin. When his cultivation level was very low, he was able to defeat cultivators who were much stronger than him. Now, those geniuses are stuck at the 10th celestial layer of the Martial King layer. I wonder how terrifying they are, said Jingping. Shiweizhu said, I've also heard that. Actually, it's not just the other big groups. Even our Blue Cloud sect has a few disciples like that, such as Shui Zhanlong, Feng Zizhou, and the others. It's said that they can fight against Yin-Yang cultivators for more than 10 rounds without being defeated. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Lin Feng's heart shook. The people Shiweizhu was talking about were really terrifying. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed normal. There must be many geniuses in those big groups. Very quickly, the Blue Cloud Sect's group arrived at the entrance of the Zephyr Valley. There was a sea of people waiting for the Zephyr Valley to open so that they could enter. Look, it's the Blue Cloud Sect's people. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Although the Emerald Cloud Sect could not compare to its heyday, it was still one of the 4 major powers in the wasteland. Even if the other 3 powers' overall strength surpassed the Emerald Cloud Sect, no one dared to underestimate the Emerald Cloud Sect's foundation. In the past, when the Blue Cloud Sect had mastered the patching heaven technique, it was the most powerful group in Huangyu. The other 3 big groups, Nebula Pavilion, the 10,000 Laws Sect, and the Deity Sword Villa, were much weaker than the Blue Cloud sect. After the patching heaven technique was lost, the Blue Cloud sect gradually weakened. That was only relatively speaking, because the Blue Cloud sect still had some powerful inheritances, but they couldn't be compared to the patching heaven technique. Rumble, rumble. In the distance, an earth-shattering sound could be heard as more than a dozen huge spaceships flew over from afar. There was a symbol of a celestial mountain on one of the airships. Lin Feng recognized the symbol on the flag. It was the symbol of the 10,000 Laws sect. Back then, Lin Feng had gone to the 10,000 Laws sect to join them, but he had been kicked out by Luo-san because he didn't have a letter of recommendation. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the 10,000 Laws sect. The 10,000 Laws sect is here too. Many people were discussing. The 10,000 Laws sect's leader was Luo-san, who had kicked Lin Feng out of the sect. Brother Luo. Great Elder Zhang Quan cupped his fists at Luo. Senator Luo-san nodded indifferently, making Great Elder Zhang Quan feel awkward. It was like being snubbed. The Blue Cloud sect fell behind the four great forces. Now, the 10,000 Laws sect, Nebula Pavilion, and Deity Sword Mountain Villa are pulling ahead of us. Therefore, the three great sects don't think highly of our Blue Cloud sect. Look at that Luo-san. He's just an ordinary elder of the 10,000 Laws sect, but he looks down on our Blue Cloud sect's Great Elder Zhang Quan. He's too arrogant, said Jining, wrinkling her nose. What's so great about Luo-san? Even though Great Elder Zhang Quan is only an ordinary disciple, he's still a cultivator of the 7th yin and yang layer. Luo-san is only a cultivator of the 4th yin and yang layer. He can't last more than 10 attacks against Great Elder Zhang Quan. He dares look down on Great Elder Zhang Quan. How dare he look down on Great Elder Zhang Quan, said a heaven-repairing peak disciple called Yang Ming. Sometimes, in the world of cultivation, strength isn't the only thing that matters. It also depends on the group behind you. Glory is glory, disgrace is disgrace. That's the principle. The disciples of Butian Peak understood that. In the Blue Cloud sect, the disciples of Butian Peak were ridiculed by the other peaks. In the outside world, the Blue Cloud sect was looked down upon by the other top groups. Great Elder Zhang Quan looked glum and didn't say anything. In the distance, a gigantic flying sword appeared. It was more than 1,000 meters long, and there were many cultivators standing on it. Deity Sword Mountain Villa's people are here. Someone shouted in surprise. Deity Sword Mountain Villa was one of the groups Lin Feng had been to before, but he had been kicked out. The leader of Deity Sword Mountain Villa was the one who had mocked and ridiculed Lin Feng, Elder Fuju. The gigantic sword was floating in the air. The disciples of Deity Sword Mountain Villa looked majestic. Luo-san and Fuju smiled and greeted them, but they ignored Great Elder Zhang Quan. Perhaps Luo-san and Fuju both thought that the Blue Cloud sect had fallen from the top of the four groups of Wasteland, and that Great Elder Zhang Quan, as the leader of the Blue Cloud sect, wasn't qualified to talk to them. He just nodded slightly to greet them, which was already giving them face. After being treated coldly by Luo-san the first time, Great Elder Zhang Quan simply narrowed his eyes and pretended not to see Fuju. When Fuju saw that Great Elder Zhang Quan didn't take the initiative to greet him and was even a little angry, he couldn't help but snort coldly. At that moment, dazzling starlight appeared in the distance. A river of stars swept across the sky and quickly flew over. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a real river of stars, but a flying carpet. Once it was activated, it emitted dazzling starlight. The people of Nebula Pavilion are here. Many cultivators cried out in surprise. Elder Xing Xian. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Elder Xing Xian. Elder Xing Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something. He immediately opened his eyes and passed through the crowd to see Lin Feng. It's that little bastard. After seeing Lin Feng, Elder Xing Xian's face twisted. He already knew that Lin Feng had killed Xin Yu Yang, the son of his cousin, whom he had had an affair with. Elder Xing Xian couldn't wait to find Lin Feng and cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. He found me? What a terrifying power of perception. What a terrifying murderous intent. When he sensed Elder Xing Xian's murderous intent, Lin Feng's heart trembled. Lin Feng, you little bastard. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Elder Xing Xian's furious roar shook the sky. He whistled and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. His murderous intent was as vast as the ocean. Many people's faces turned extremely pale when they sensed Elder Xing Xian's murderous intent. That murderous intent was too terrifying. It was suffocating. Chapter 535. Then why is Elder Xing Xian from Nebula Pavilion so angry? Who is Lin Feng? Why does Elder Xing Xian want to kill Lin Feng? Many people were puzzled. Before anyone could react, Elder Xing Xian had already flown over to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng's expression was calm and unhurried. He was now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Grand Elder Zhang Quan was still standing nearby, yet Xing Xian wanted to kill Lin Feng. What did he think of the Blue Cloud sect's reputation? What did he think of Grand Elder Zhang Quan's reputation? As the saying went, face is mutual. If you give me face, I'll give you face. Grand Elder Zhang Quan had just been humiliated by Luo Sen, so he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now, Xing Xian wanted to kill a Blue Cloud sect disciple without even saying anything. If Xing Xian really got his way, then Grand Elder Zhang Quan would lose all face in the future. Sure enough, Grand Elder Zhang Quan snorted and stopped Xing Xian. He said coldly, Elder Xing Xian, could it be that my Blue Cloud sect's disciple has offended you? You actually want to kill him? Grand Elder Zhang Quan was very optimistic about Lin Feng's future. He had even chatted with Lin Feng several times on the way here. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he wouldn't let Lin Feng be killed by Xing Xian. Xing Xian's expression sank as he said, Great Elder Zhang Quan, this brat killed my nephew. I will definitely dismember him into 10,000 pieces to avenge my nephew. Shan Yuyang. Killed your nephew? Grand Elder Zhang Quan frowned. No wonder Elder Xing Xian wants to kill that brat Lin Feng. So there's a grudge between them. Tisk, TSK. If that's the case, then this matter will be interesting. Do you think Grand Elder Zhang Quan will continue to stop Elder Xing Xian? After all, Lin Feng is now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. If he doesn't stop him, then he'll lose face. If he does, then he'll thoroughly offend Elder Xing Xian. I don't know. Many people were discussing this matter. Even the 10,000 Laws sect's Elder Luo Sen and the Deity Sword Manor's Elder Fu Ju looked over. When they saw Lin Feng, they were clearly surprised. Wasn't this brat the brat who had been chased away? He had actually killed Xing Xian's nephew? Fortunately, he had been chased away, or else it would have been troublesome. So it's that boy. He wanted to join our 10,000 Laws sect, but he didn't have a letter of recommendation, so Elder Luo Sen kicked him out. Luckily, we didn't let him join the 10,000 Laws sect. Otherwise, the 10,000 Laws sect would have offended Elder Xing Xian, and perhaps even become enemies with Nebula Pavilion. Some disciples of the 10,000 Dharma sect recognized Lin Feng and immediately started discussing. That brat also went to Deity Sword Villa, but Elder Fu Ju chased him away. Haha, Elder Fu Ju is really wise. Some disciples of Deity Sword Villa were also discussing this matter. When he heard Xing Xian, Lin Feng immediately smiled coldly and said, Elder Xing Xian, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You're twisting the truth and making it sound like a righteous person. I really admire you. When the crowd heard this, they immediately started whispering, Is there a secret behind this matter? Said Grand Elder Zhang Quan. Lin Feng, tell us everything. I'll take care of it for you. Lin Feng said, Originally, I went to Nebula Pavilion with a few friends, wanting to join them. By chance, I met Master Yun of Nebula Pavilion. Master Yun of Nebula Pavilion gave me a talisman, which was equivalent to a letter of recommendation. Ah, you met Zhong Yun? This brat is going to be rich. With such an almighty taking care of him, it'll be hard for him not to rise in the future. Many people were shocked, but they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did Xing Xian still want to kill him when Zhong Yun was taking care of him? Almighty Zhong Yun is a very upright senior. When I joined Nebula Pavilion, I followed the rules of Nebula Pavilion and went through the test first. After the first test, Xing Xian's nephew accidentally saw me. That guy's name is Shan Yuyang, and he's extremely lecherous. He already has many wives and concubines at home, and he even seduces many female disciples in Nebula Pavilion for his pleasure. Elder Xingxian, you should know about this, right? Brat, you're talking nonsense, shouted Elder Xingxian angrily, wanting to stop Lin Feng. However, he was stopped by Grand Elder Zhang Quan. Many people started discussing this matter. This was simply a scandal. Xin Yuyang was obviously using Elder Xingxian's position to abuse his power in Nebula Pavilion, and he'd even seduced those female disciples to seduce him. Immediately, many people looked at Xingxian with disdain. He actually taught such a nephew. It seemed that Xingxian wasn't a good person either. Lin Feng continued, "It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, because many disciples in Nebula Pavilion know about your nephew, Xin Yuyang, in Nebula Pavilion. Everyone can ask around, and you'll know if I'm telling the truth. This Xin Yuyang is simply a scum. Back then, he took a fancy to my fiancée and wanted to use underhanded means to obtain her. Later on, I saw through his plans, so he hated me. When he saw me in Nebula Pavilion, he wanted to borrow Elder Xingxian's power to get rid of me. Elder Xingxian sent a deacon to invite me to Nebula Pavilion's bamboo forest on a rainy night, and he wanted to kill me. That's right. There's a very large bamboo forest in Nebula Pavilion." Immediately, a cultivator spoke up. Many people listened as if they were fascinated. It was obvious that they believed Lin Feng's words more. "Nonsense. Brat, you dare slander this elder? This elder wants your life." This Elder Xingxian knew that he couldn't let Lin Feng continue. If he continued, something big would happen. First of all, Lin Feng was a cultivator going to Nebula Pavilion to participate in the examination. Because of a personal grudge with Elder Xingxian's nephew, Elder Xingxian actually wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was a huge and heavy blow to Nebula Pavilion's reputation. Think about it. If Nebula Pavilion's elders were like Elder Xingxian, killing other disciples because of a small grudge, how could such a sect have any sense of security? Who would join? Moreover, don't forget that Lin Feng was someone who Almighty Zhong Yun personally gave him a talisman. What did this mean? Although Almighty Zhong Yun didn't say it directly, it was obvious that he wanted Nebula Pavilion's elders to take care of Lin Feng. However, not only did Elder Xingxian not take care of Lin Feng, he even wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was completely not giving Almighty Zhong Yun any face. In front of Almighty Zhong Yun, Elder Xingxian wasn't even worth mentioning. If this matter was confirmed, Elder Xingxian didn't even dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would receive. The sect would definitely punish him severely and then set an example to prove Nebula Pavilion's innocence. And people like him were just a special case. Thinking of this, Elder Xingxian couldn't help but shiver. Right now, he only wanted to kill Lin Feng. The dead tell no tales. Elder Xingxian jumped up and rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Great Elder Zhang Quan's expression suddenly sank. In the sect, Great Elder Zhang Quan had always been a good-tempered person, but now this Xingxian dared to ignore him and kill a Blue Cloud sect disciple. Great Elder Zhang Quan was already furious. He coldly shouted, "Xingxian, do you really think I'm invisible?" Xingxian coldly said, "Zhang Quan, you better step aside. Otherwise, you will be my enemy." This Elder Xingxian didn't stop at all and rushed towards Lin Feng. Impudent! Great Elder Zhang Quan was completely enraged. This Xingxian was just an ordinary elder of Nebula Pavilion, while he was the Blue Cloud sect's great elder. This person actually dared to ignore him time and time again and even dared to threaten him. He actually didn't put him, an elder of the Blue Cloud sect, in his eyes. As the saying goes, a man's life depends on his breath, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. Even a clay figurine has 3 points of fire, let alone a living person. Great Elder Zhang Quan angrily shouted and sent a palm strike towards Xingxian, who was flying towards Lin Feng. Chapter 536. First Elder Zhang Quan was at the 7th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Xingxian was only at the 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Compared to First Elder Zhang Quan, he was far weaker. How terrifying was the might of First Elder Zhang Quan's furious strike. Xingxian was both shocked and furious. "Zhang Quan, you're going to fall out with Nebula Pavilion for an ordinary disciple?" How could Xingxian dare to stay for even a moment? He turned around and slapped First Elder Zhang Quan. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, Xing Xian was sent flying by First Elder Zhang Quan, his face pale. It was only then that the pupils of many cultivators shrank. Now that the Blue Cloud sect's strength had declined greatly, the other three top forces didn't care about the Blue Cloud sect at all. Even the ordinary elders looked down on Zhang Quan. However, everyone had forgotten a very important thing. Zhang Quan was the first elder of the Blue Cloud sect. For these top forces, the first elder had to be at the 7th stage of the yin-yang realm or above. If cultivators were to really fight, it would still depend on their cultivation level. A mere 5th stage of the yin-yang realm dares to be so impudent in front of this elder? If it wasn't for Nebula Pavilion, this elder would kill you today. First Elder Zhang Quan waved his robe and sneered. Even a good-tempered person could get angry. Moreover, when a good-tempered person got angry, it was quite terrifying. First Elder Zhang Quan was suppressing the anger in his heart and didn't go forward to kill Xing Xian. Xing Xian's expression was uncertain. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he wasn't First Elder Zhang Quan's match. Although he wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces, he didn't have the strength to do so. Lin Feng didn't continue speaking. It was best to stop at a certain point. If he didn't say everything, others would guess what had happened later. Then, the matter would spread even further. If he said everything that happened later, there would be no more mystery. Perhaps this matter would soon calm down. Lin Feng naturally understood this. He hoped that things would get worse and that Nebula Pavilion would punish Xing Xian severely. Brat, just you wait. Xing Xian clenched his teeth. He could only choose to submit for the time being. However, he did not forget to say some harsh words to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng said calmly, "You should worry about yourself." Xing Xian's face was distorted by Lin Feng's anger. TSK, there's going to be a good show to watch now. Originally, this Elder Xing Xian was one of the few elders that Nebula Pavilion focused on nurturing. In the future, he might even be promoted to the position of Great Elder. But now that something like this has happened, even if he doesn't receive punishment from Nebula Pavilion, his future can be considered to have come to an end. That's right. No matter what, Nebula Pavilion would not promote a cultivator with bad conduct to the position of Great Elder in order to take into consideration the consequences. Many people looked at Xing Xian with a gloating expression. Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest, no longer paying attention to Xing Xian. He knew that what he needed to do now was to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible. It was true that one's own strength was strong enough. If he had the strength, he would be able to slap Xing Xian to death with one slap just now. There would be no need for Head Elder Zhang Quan to make a move. More and more cultivators gathered in the Thunderstorm Valley. Clearly, it was not only the cultivators of the Waste region who had come. Some of the regions adjacent to the Waste region had also sent young geniuses to enter the Thunderblade's secret realm. Rumble. 3 days later, a loud noise shook the sky. The restriction in the Thunderstorm Valley was disappearing bit by bit. Everyone's spirits were greatly lifted. Was the restriction in the Thunderstorm Valley finally going to open? Looking from afar, one could see golden rays of light scattering in all directions. Finally, a golden door, like a door of time and space, emitted a power that could distort time and space, as if it was connecting two different worlds. It's opened. Pass through that door, and you can enter the Thunderblade's secret realm. Head Elder Zhang Quan shouted loudly. He looked at the unusually excited disciples of the Blue Cloud sect and felt very envious. The Thunderstorm Valley that only opened once every 500 years was actually encountered by these brats. Their generation's luck was really too good. Enter the secret realm. Head Elder Zhang Quan waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect all rushed into the Thunderstorm Valley. The first batch of people to enter the Thunderstorm Valley was naturally the disciples of the 4 great sects of the Desolate region, followed by the ancient forces of the Desolate region and the top forces from the outer regions. Then came the aristocratic families, the disciples of the small sects, and the independent cultivators. Brother Feng, it's great that you're fine. A familiar voice came from behind, and Yufan was pleasantly surprised. Han Shuo also rushed over and looked at Lin Feng with an excited expression. You all joined Nebula Pavilion? Not bad. Lin Feng smiled and said, This isn't the place to talk. Let's quickly enter the Thunderblade's secret realm, and then we can talk. Okay. Yu Fan and Han Shuo both nodded. Whoosh. When they arrived in front of the golden door, Lin Feng directly rushed into the huge door that was over 100 meters tall and tens of meters wide. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying power. The power of time and space. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This kind of power was the same as the power of the restriction during the Blue Cloud sect's assessment. It was just that the power here was much stronger. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt that he was thrown out by the power of time and space. He appeared in a dense forest, and his surroundings were quiet. There was no one around, and he didn't know where he had been teleported to. Lin Feng had just stabilized himself when a black light suddenly burst out. It was as fast as lightning and shot towards Lin Feng's chest. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He reacted extremely quickly and quickly dodged the attack. Then, he casually slashed out with his blade energy. However, the black light was too fast. It actually dodged Lin Feng's attack and disappeared into the forest. Lin Feng was about to leave when he felt a slight pain in his ankle. He looked down and found that he had been stung by a small insect. Then, he felt dizzy and his whole body became weak. Poison. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Such a small insect could actually poison him. The poison was too terrifying. At the same time, the towering trees in the surroundings came to life. Haha, it seems that the Thunderblade's secret territory has opened. More human cultivators have come in. Our hunting time is up. Ferocious and terrifying faces appeared on the huge trees. Tree demons. The surrounding trees were all tree demons. Pa 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 pa, dense branches whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't move his body. With a bang, Lin Feng was sent flying by the tree demon's branches. Even with his strong body, he couldn't withstand it. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thump. Chapter 537. F***CK. I can't move. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. The little bug's poison was too strong, and he couldn't move at all. Pa, pa, pa. At that moment, the tree monsters didn't stop attacking. Their branches were still moving towards Lin Feng, trying to bind him. This kid is mine, shouted one of the tree spirits. I'm going to eat this kid. Then, another tree demon roared. Don't fight with me. This kid is mine. The third tree demon also yelled. The tree spirits attacked Lin Feng one after another. Their branches had sharp thorns that could pierce into a person's body and absorb their flesh. At that moment, Lin Feng was about to be surrounded by the numerous branches. At that critical moment, Lin Feng released a monstrous fire from his body. Lin Feng's purple core fire was burning fiercely. Not only did it dissolve the poison in Lin Feng's body, but at the same time, it also ignited the branches of the tree which were wrapped around Lin Feng's body. My body is burning. My body is burning too. The Treants screamed in horror as they whipped their thick branches in all directions. The Treants tried their best to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but to their horror, they couldn't do it at all. The flames were too strong. This was heavenly fire. Very quickly, the first tree spirit was engulfed in flames. Lin Feng jumped up from the ground and looked coldly at the burning tree spirits. No, I don't want to die. Spare me. The tree spirit looked at Lin Feng in fear and begged loudly. However, Lin Feng didn't move. He just let the tree spirit be burned to ashes. Spare us. If you spare us, we'll tell you a secret, shouted a tree spirit. Oh, a secret? What secret? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. These tree spirits lived in the Thunderblade's secret territory, so it was normal for them to know some secrets. We know there's a medicinal valley here, shouted a tree spirit. Medicine Valley? Lin Feng was surprised. That's right, it's a medicinal valley. There are many medicinal herbs growing there. 300 years ago, there was a 30,000-year-old medicinal herb that had practiced cultivation and turned into a human. One of the tree demons shouted, 30,000 years. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Wasn't this too shocking? Another treant said, as long as you spare us, we'll tell you about the Medicine Valley. You can go collect all sorts of spirit medicines and make a fortune. All right, tell me the location of the Medicine Valley, and I'll spare your lives. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Dwoosh! In the forest, Lin Feng flashed quickly. He was now very excited, because during this period of time, Lin Feng had been refining all kinds of spirit medicines and had destroyed many of them. He was worried that there would not be enough herbs for him to continue learning how to refine New Dawn. A medicinal valley appeared here. Of course, the most important thing was that the medicinal valley could contain spirit medicines that were tens of thousands of years old. If he could find one, it would be priceless. Is the medicinal valley in front of me? Looking at the huge valley in the distance, Lin Feng smiled. When he arrived next to the medicinal valley, he did not rashly enter. This was because the medicinal valley was emitting faint energy fluctuations. It was obvious that the valley was surrounded by restrictions. However, since the 30,000-year-old medicinal herb had walked out after transforming, it meant that the restrictions were damaged. As long as he could find the broken restrictions, he would be able to enter the medicinal valley. Fortunately, Lin Feng was a spirit array master. After searching for more than an hour, Lin Feng finally found the location of the broken restrictions. However, Lin Feng was not sure if he could enter from there. So Lin Feng went out and caught a ferocious beast, then threw it over. This was called throwing a stone to test the waters. When the ferocious beast entered the broken restrictions, it was not attacked. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and also entered in a flash. Soon, he passed through the layers of restrictions and entered the medicinal valley. A thick, medicinal fragrance that could not be dispersed assaulted his senses. Lin Feng looked around. In the huge valley, spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere as far as the eye could see. Not far away, there was a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. After taking a few more steps, there was a 2,000-year-old scorching sungrass. 1 meter away from the scorching sungrass, there was even a 3,000-year-old soul-dissolving grass. Lin Feng had a feeling that he was dazzled by the sight of all these herbs. Oh my God, I'm really going to be rich. Lin Feng was so excited that his whole body was trembling. 1,000-year-old spirit medicines were extremely precious. In this medicinal valley, there were too many 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. Many of them were more than a few thousand years old. I'm rich, I'm really rich. Lin Feng shouted excitedly. He began to quickly collect the spirit medicines. While Lin Feng was collecting the spirit medicines, more than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. These cultivators were all wearing the deity Swordvilla's disciple robes. Each of them had a strong and deep aura. These people were not outer sect disciples, but inner sect disciples of the deity Swordvilla. They were the elites of the sect. Junior Sister Dong Nan, this is the medicinal valley that Master mentioned. 500 years ago, an ancestor of our sect accidentally found this place when he was young. Unfortunately, when the ancestor found this medicinal valley, the Thunderblade's secret territory was about to close. The ancestor could only remember the location and left in a hurry. The person who spoke was a blue-clothed cultivator called Lan Zijuan. This blue-clothed cultivator was very handsome. He was quite famous among the inner sect disciples of the deity Swordvilla. There were more than 10 disciples of the deity Swordvilla gathered around him. The female disciple called Dong Nan was tall, and her slender legs were especially attractive. Dong Nan had a beautiful but cold face. She nodded and said, however, Master said that this place is densely covered with restrictions. However, it seems that one of the restrictions is broken. This is our chance. If we can find the broken restriction, we can enter. How long will it take? Lan Zijuan asked. With my current level as a spiritual array master, it will take at least 3 days. Dong Nan said. Okay. Lan Zijuan nodded. Lin Feng spent 3 days collecting all the spirit medicines that were more than 100 years old in the medicinal valley. As for those that were less than 100 years old, Lin Feng was too lazy to collect them. The spirit medicines that were less than 100 years old had ordinary value. It would be a waste of time to collect them. Moreover, Lin Feng understood the principle of draining the pond to catch all the fish. He had to leave some spirit medicines behind so that the medicinal valley would not be destroyed. He counted. There were about 100,000 spirit medicines from 100 years to 1,000 years old. There were about 30,000 spirit medicines from 1,000 years to 5,000 years old. There were fewer spirit medicines that were more than 5,000 years old. Spirit medicines that were more than 5,000 years old were too rare. Any one of them was priceless. They were the main ingredients for refining earth tear pills. If it was an 8,000-year-old spirit medicine, it would be the main ingredient for refining heaven tear pills. There were a total of 1,200 spirit medicines between 5,000 and 8,000 years old. There were 300 spirit medicines between 8,000 and 10,000 years old. There was only one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. It was a heart-nourishing grass. What a pity! What a pity! There is only one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. Lin Feng could not help but feel a little regretful. A 10,000-year-old spirit medicine could bring the dead back to life. It was a rare treasure that could save a person's life at a critical moment. It was a treasure that could cause a bloodbath. However, it was very difficult for a spirit medicine to grow to 10,000 years old. When a spirit medicine transformed into a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, it would encounter a heavenly tribulation. If it could withstand the heavenly tribulation, it would be able to transform into a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. However, it would be too difficult for him to withstand the heavenly tribulation. It would be good if one 10,000-year-old spirit medicine appeared out of 10,000 spirit medicines that were about to transform. However, Lin Feng was already very happy to be able to obtain such a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. The protection of this medicinal valley was too great. Lin Feng rushed outside. Soon, he disappeared into the restriction. Found it. The broken restriction is here. Dong Nan pointed at a location. Lan Zijuan and the others were excited. However, at this moment, waves of shocking fluctuations came from the broken restriction.